Good morning, everybody. How are we? Okay, it's our last day. Are we still pumped and excited? Okay. I'd suggest also after the break that the people upstairs come down and mingle with the people downstairs. Have we all changed positions? I notice our Ripper has changed positions. I noticed one of the past district governors, a troublemaker, has moved to the back row up the back there. Not mentioning any names, but I'll just point in his direction. Okay, now regarding the club assembly, some misunderstanding. I cancelled the event yesterday. It's actually not cancelled, it's just changing venues, right? So don't panic, it is still on, and you'll be advised where it will be by Leo in the not too distant future. All right, so that's all on. Also, I'll quote it verbatim. The fabulous raffle at the E Club of Brindabella. Ticket sales will close at the end of morning tea at 11:15, and the draw will be made at the closing session. Don't delay, buy the winning ticket now. Now, does that mean that everybody has a winning ticket? I'm not sure, but that's the message. Okay. Now, I hope everybody had a good night last night, right? They've got their vocal cords all set for today. So our guest speaker this morning, what can I tell you that you don't already know? He's a classical music fan. His favourite orchestra is the Brandenburg Orchestra. He loves to work with students and to make a difference in their lives. His career spanned 42 years of inspiring the men and women that he worked with. It's now my pleasure to call Professor Admiral Chris Barry to the stage.
Well, thank you for that, Anton. That's a great introduction. I'd like to start by acknowledging Wiradjuri country and saying how nice it is to be here and to acknowledge the elders and emerging elders of the Wiradjuri mob for the stewardship of this particular parcel of land. Secondly, I'd like to acknowledge the work of Rotary throughout the world, but particularly in Australia. This is about the 6th occasion I've been at a Rotary event, and I'm sure none of you'd be surprised. I've been asked to come and become a Rotarian a number of times, but I know full well that you have to have the time and the ability to make a good contribution. And I'd like to applaud you all for last night's event, where what I saw was a fundamental ingredient of Australian community coming together to talk with each other and learn from each other as we confront some of the serious problems facing us in the 21st century. I'm going to spend the next half an hour or so talking about an organisation called Fearless. And I'm using the Fearless National Conversations as a backdrop to signify the importance that this organisation attaches to encouraging people to engage in dialogue about themselves, about the people who live with them, and about the problems they're trying to deal with. And what I like about the Fearless logo is the ambiguity. We need to be fearless about addressing serious mental health issues in Australia, and we need people who are suffering from mental health issues to be quite bold in addressing their needs. And to add to what Anton said, I'd like to reference my past record of service and the centrality of making other people's lives better. Whether it was when I was a child wanting to become a brain surgeon, and there are a lot of Australians who are lucky I never did, or over 41 years of service in the Navy, or since 2002, pursuing opportunities to make a contribution in Australia and overseas as an experienced leader at the strategic level. And with these credentials, I've become an outspoken advocate on three issues. Firstly, post-traumatic stress disorder as a critical mental health issue all around Australia. Secondly, the consequences of global warming or climate change and the perilous future we face because of inadequate action to deal with it. And finally, that it is time for Australia to grow up and stand fully on its own 2 feet. But today I am going to focus solely on my work on post-traumatic stress disorder and Fearless. In 2012-13, I became very aware that the results of multiple rotations of specialised people in the ADF into Iraq and Afghanistan was causing serious mental health breakdowns in far too many people. For a lot of them, the consequences were ruinous of their lives and their relationships. And the suicide rates in Australia told this horrible story. The truth is, the all-volunteer force was not capable of delivering the required number of personnel into operations without placing an unconscionable burden on the few specialised personnel and their families. To underscore that proposition, some of our Special Forces soldiers went to Iraq and Afghanistan up to 12 times. With each deployment lasting 9 months, that meant that they served in these theatres of war for longer than anyone served in the First or Second World Wars overseas. The situation had its genesis in the post-9/11 response, including the global war on terror, the invasion of Iraq, and extended deployments into Afghanistan from 2004 to 2016, depending on how you want to count. These commitments, plus others, were made without conscription or national service anywhere in the Western democracies. The decisions about these commitments were made by just a few people. In the United States, the Bush administration, particularly Cheney, Rumsfeld and Wolfowitz, were the strongest proponents. You'll note the President himself was not one of them. In the United Kingdom, Prime Minister Tony Blair carried the weight, and in Australia, and I wasn't here, I was at Oxford at the time, in Australia, pretty much single-handedly, Prime Minister John Howard made those commitments. None of them had military experience. But in all the Western democracies, successive governments have become complicit because little was done to reshape the fundamental problem of making war with too few people to carry the weight. It's now 2013, and I started a journey to create an organisation to deal with the problems of mental health in veterans and serving defence personnel. That journey began in a fish shop in Canberra, quite by accident, when I ran into a colleague who just lost his job in the Gillard government and he had nothing to do. His brother had a very serious run-in with post-traumatic stress disorder in which he lost his life through the medications, and that's where we began to think about what we could do. That has now evolved into what I call Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Australia New Zealand, which is a high-level umbrella management organisation, and Fearless Outreach, which is what I put up here, which is a subsidiary. And Fearless is what promotes our current intent. There was to be a second subsidiary to be known as the Anzac Centenary Memorial Research Institute, but more about this soon. At first, my co-founder and I thought the focus would be on veterans. The alarming suicide and mental health illness statistics were frightening. But as we began our conversations with people from all walks of Australian life about our concerns, it became very clear to us that there were lots of other Australians also suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. And I'd like to take a little straw poll now. How many of you in this room either suffer from or know about family, relative, friends, school chums, or work colleagues who have to deal with post-traumatic stress disorder? My case. A lot of Australians have to deal with post-traumatic stress disorder. We were surprised, but the basic high-level statistics tell us about the problem. It's this: not more than 70,000 veterans or serving ADF members would have PTSD from the issues I've just talked about. But in the wider Australian community, there are about, or at least pre-bushfires and COVID, 1 million other Australians who suffer from PTSD. And the issue for us is, what do we do about the other 930,000 Australians who live with the scourge of PTSD? Many of the people who are sufferers have an impact on the people around them. Family members, partners and kids, mostly, relatives, friends and neighbours, work colleagues, and so on. There are also some occupations that seem to have a propensity too. We would cite our first responders, our police, our firefighters, our SES personnel, and in the medical professions, I know trauma surgeons who have post-traumatic stress disorder. Then there are the victims of natural disasters and man-made violence as well. And we should never forget, and I guess that this applies to a lot of people in this room, in our rural communities, people on the land and businesses that support them that live with the long-term consequences of lengthy droughts and then find extreme weather events come along to really make a big mess of their lives. They have post-traumatic stress as well. So what we're on about in Fearless is reaching out into our community. We seek support from people for Fearless so we can provide access to information and support as a trusted source. We want to create an accessible and inclusive network on PTSD through the facilitation of conversations, which we think is very important. We want to deliver access to initiatives that complement work in government agencies and the community-based organisations that offer professional and certified support services to people living with PTSD, not just sufferers but families as well. We want to educate and engage people to normalise acceptance of PTSD in our community, and more important than anything else, we want to provide hope by highlighting significant new research and more effective treatments by reaching out into the community. The community in Fearless is diverse and engaged. It does not differentiate by gender, calling, socioeconomic issues, or in any other way. We welcome anyone who works with or is impacted by or cares for people suffering from the effects of post-traumatic stress disorder. And the kinds of people that we like to include in the network are health professionals, community services providers, military personnel and veterans, emergency services personnel, academia, researchers of course, aged care workers, governments, federal, state and local, corporate entities, insurers, health funds, people in human resources, and allied professions such as occupational therapists. And finally, of course, post-traumatic stress disorder sufferers, their carers, their friends and their families. I'd now like to briefly address the other subsidiary, or the one that has not prospered. In our early planning, we thought we should honour the Anzacs by making the lives of about 6 million Australians and New Zealanders better. We had the intention to pick up on the recommendation in the report of the Anzac Centenary Advisory Board about the establishment of an Australian Centre of Excellence to conduct research and to facilitate treatment and prevention of post-traumatic stress disorder. And accordingly, we developed a proposal to deliver this Centre of Excellence as was recommended by the Gillard government, but set aside by them. Our intent was to build on the idea that such a centre, delivering a comprehensive service to everybody who lives with the long-term consequences of PTSD, could become a world standard facility. Frankly, we thought it could lead the world. And we also thought that people in Australia would want to have the very best treatment and support available for themselves and for the other sufferers and families. It was our intent to restore people to better health. This was to be the Anzac Centenary Memorial Research Institute. We intended that it would actually be open by now and offering innovative brain and mind research alongside a highly specialised treatment centre that would be able to focus specifically on the needs of PTSD sufferers and their families and friends. The establishment of a permanent and iconic institute of this nature follows past practice. We thought naming it should make a landmark of it. So while our purpose in adopting the Anzac name was not to provide treatment and support to military personnel alone, because frankly they already get significant support from the federal government in DVA, but it was to honour, as an enduring mark of the Anzac Centenary, the people whose sacrifices made this country it has become. The priority we set on this institute has not been achieved. Our early plan to raise sufficient funds to turn the sod on a building in 2015 and to see its facilities open by 2020 has been frustrated by a significant failure to raise the money and to set a sufficient priority on getting it, especially with our federal government. I personally wrote to 3 Prime Ministers on this subject. Today, we have some excellent facilities around the country, but none of them can yet deliver anything like the ambition we set for the Anzac Centenary Memorial Research Institute. Our conception was to construct an institute that would mirror the capabilities of the Sydney Brain and Mind Centre, and that was in fact the model for our proposal. It is in this context that I raised my objections publicly that the current government has been able to find $500 million, and that is the sum of money that we thought we needed, $500 million, to demolish a significant part of the current Australian War Memorial, especially the Anzac Hall that was opened in 2004, and to replace it with a much larger facility to contain displays of war making in Afghanistan and in Iraq. As I said on ABC television on Anzac Day in 2015, a lack of priority by a federal government in Australia to see the need for a purpose-built, world-class research and treatment centre focused on trying to solve the scourge of post-traumatic stress disorder in Australia is frankly scandalous. It shows that while they may pay lip service to issues of mental health, they're not prepared to give budget priority facilities such as the ones we proposed. This experience has been frustrating to me and my board, and very disappointing, as we see the faces of the people who need the help and deserve the help such a centre could have given to them. In the meantime, our successful subsidiary, Fearless, marches on and is achieving significant results. Our first national conversation was held in August of 2019 on the Sunshine Coast. Last year it was awarded first prize for an event of a cause in Queensland and was a finalist in awards covering all of Australia. We plan to run our next national conversation in August of this year. And I invite anybody in this room who is interested in participating in our national conversation to register your interest on our website at www.fearless.org.au. I have also heard it said that Australia ranks as the second worst country in the world in dealing with its mental health issue. The only country that is worse than Australia is Iceland. This is pretty appalling when you think about the benefits we do enjoy in our country. So I thought I'd tell you a few things about PTSD as I see it. Firstly, post-traumatic stress disorder is prevalent. Secondly, it's pernicious. And thirdly, it is pervasive. It reaches into all walks of life. So what are the facts? Over 1 million Australians are currently suffering from it. Up to 75% of Australians will experience a potentially traumatic event in their lifetime, and women are at twice the risk of men in experiencing it. It is most common amongst women, our Indigenous communities, our refugees, military and veterans personnel, and our first responders. There is a high prevalence of PTSD in our regional areas and other very disadvantaged areas around Australia. And it's estimated that the cost of stress and trauma is over $1 billion a year. The reliving of a traumatic event or sequence of events leads to avoidance, hypervigilance, feeling emotionally dumb, depression and anxiety, comorbidity, drug and alcohol dependence, and violence. But here's the kicker. No one is born with it. It is got through a lived experience. So it's no different to breaking a leg, other than the fact that PTSD alters the neural pathways in the front lobes of your brain, and we have not yet found a way of putting them back where they came from. This also explains a phenomenon where many people may witness a traumatic event, but not all of them end up with PTSD. And this further complicates the treatment of PTSD because each individual will require specific treatments. We know it can be diagnosed using high technology, complex MRI machines. Those machines can show us what's happened to the neural pathways in the front lobes of your brain. And this is good because we no longer need to rely simply on a narrative story to make a diagnosis. We are also aware in Fearless that at the moment there is no cure for post-traumatic stress disorder. And this means that the sufferers need to learn ways to exercise control over impulsiveness and anxieties. We promote the use of control measures in what we call a toolbox that contains options for dealing with the issues, preferably non-pharmaceutical. We talk about diet, we talk about exercise, we talk about meditation, we talk about using the arts, and we talk about conversation, because conversation can help a great deal in making people recognise they're not alone, there are other people going through what they're going through, and a shared experience. Now, while it would be easy to think the best remedies for PTSD would be found in our big cities, we in Fearless have been very impressed by a different view. And that is the need which we now promote to put in place regional facilities so people can be treated properly within their own communities, and they can draw on the assistance of their own communities, and facilities in regions offer options for the conduct of long-term research. One such facility is already operating in the Sunshine Coast in Queensland at the University of the Sunshine Coast. It is the University of the Sunshine Coast Mind and Neuroscience Thompson Institute. And the existing facility will shortly be complemented with a special wing of 25 beds to deal exclusively with post-traumatic stress disorder. That facility was financed by a local philanthropist, a person who has dug very deep to the tune of over $50 million to put it in place. At a time, 2013, where the suicide rates and mental health statistics on the Sunshine Coast were the worst in Australia. The Thompson Institute appeals as a model for the future because it is community-owned and community-operated. It has also attracted some of the very best researchers in the world. Its current director, Professor Jim Logopoulos, is ranked amongst the top 5 on the topic in the world. And Jim is there because of the opportunities it offers him to do long-term research. In its 5 years of operation, the Thompson Institute has done some spectacular work. For example, through adopting a community-based approach, the youth suicide rate on the Sunshine Coast has dropped by 34%. That is a stunning achievement. And the fight against poor mental health outcomes goes on at a community level. And that is what's so neat about this solution. At Fearless, my board and I would like to see a number of regional equivalents to the Thompson Institute all around Australia. It's not just about science, it's all about us. And that's why we invite all Australians to come on the journey. Because if we set our mind to this, it is something we will be able to do. And you know, the bottom line is it's about national productivity, because wellness at work does make a very big difference to the outcomes. Now, I have offered a brochure. It looks a bit like this one. And Phil Byrne will be standing outside if anybody would like to pick up a copy of that brochure, which tells a story about us and also tells a story about the options that lie ahead during the morning tea. So thank you very much for listening.
Chris? It's very good to say thank you. Thanks very much. It's amazing the amount of hands that went up when was asked, how many people do you know that suffer with PTSD? And it's interesting to note that you're all leaders within your community and across our total region. Take the opportunity to go and have a talk to Chris in the break. See how you could make a difference to your area. Even just by lending a friendly ear to a friend or a family member that just needs someone to talk to or to listen. And you might be surprised that that could be the first step towards just helping them in the right way. Thanks very much, Chris. Okay. Now, before we go on to the next legend, Just a friendly reminder that do we know how many are left? Be quick, I've been told. Okay. Anyone that wants to put an offer in for this last packet that I have, no, there's more than one packet left. By all means, in the break, go and grab your apples. They don't want to have to take them home with them. And also, there was quite a few people running out with bags last night. They assured me that they'd come to your stand and pay for them today. So if people are dropping cash into you, you'll know why. Now, our next speaker, what can I say? When she's in uniform, I recognise her straight away. She turns up in her ball gown last night, trimmed up, lipstick on. I didn't even recognise her anymore. And I think she set the standard now that I'm going to expect from now on. But our next speaker, like many women, fell in love with a firefighter. There he was, working hard, doing his role, and all she could do was look on and just smile. She knew at that time it was true love. Her little heart was going pitter-patter, pitter-patter. And then the romance began. But I'll let her tell you about that part. She's also a devoted Raiders fan. Can I hear any other Raiders fans out there? Yeah, right. I know that we're not quite in Raiders territory, but so she's game getting up on stage. But it is with great pleasure that I introduce Commissioner Georgina Whelan, the ACT Emergency Services Commissioner, who I have the pleasure to work with on the ACT Rotary Emergency Services Awards.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. To the Rotary leadership, Admiral Barry, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to speak with you this morning. I too would like to acknowledge the custodians of the land in which we're meeting, the Wiradjuri people, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. So I was a bit nervous after that introduction. I don't have a song to sing, as was spectacularly done last night. I don't have keys to raffle, and I don't have any spare apples. So bear with me as I share with you the absolutely outstanding work that is undertaken by my team of teams, the ACT Emergency Services Agency, and what I know to be the absolutely outstanding work undertaken by all emergency services staff and volunteers nationally. As we meet here this morning, New South Wales State Emergency Service is responding to over 6,000 requests for assistance as a consequence of our extreme weather that we're experiencing, and many, many emergency services staff from all over the country are deploying into New South Wales to support your neighbours, your colleagues, your friends and your family. You might need to flick for me. Great. So I'm going to start this morning by talking to you about what we experienced in the ACT from a community and a response perspective to the Black Summer fires, which I think touched almost every Australian, and if they didn't touch you, they touched somebody that you knew 15 months ago. And then rolling out of the Black Summer fires into COVID-19. And just what that means for us in terms of our continued desire to recruit, train and retain volunteers who share a commitment to supporting our communities. And just to unpack some of the fabulous work that we have observed in the ACT. Next slide, please. Now this slide will build, so I might just click to you every time I need a slide. So I was a baby commissioner just leading up to the 2019-20 Black Summer. I had served in the military for 33 years, predominantly in operational and combat healthcare and garrison healthcare support to the men and women of the ADF. And Admiral Barry, thank you for the work that you are doing, because I do know firsthand the challenges operational service poses for our people. So I came into the ACT Emergency Services Agency for a rest, actually, transitioning from a busy military career into the State Emergency Service. And I've got to say, my 2 years as the SES Chief were probably two of the happiest professional years I'd had in a long, long time. Nevertheless, our Commissioner decided he was going to move to South Australia, and I stepped up to the role. So I'd been the Commissioner for about 3 months. I was also very nervous that, not having a firefighter background, although I am married to a wonderful firefighter, I myself was not a technician. And so I did a lot of reading, a lot of research to better understand what I needed to do as a leader. And it was through that reading that I really came to understand the impact that the 2003 bushfires had on the ACT community. And that memory, the impact, the experience was resonating with a number of our community members. Because quite frankly, for a variety of reasons, we put 150% into the 2003 fires, but we were just nowhere near ready for the impact and the complex nature of extreme weather events and what they have in our community was going to pose for us. So I was very mindful that the community's experience in 2003, what they wanted to see into the future, should such an event occur again, was communication. They wanted to understand what was going on. They wanted options and choices that they could make to ensure they protected themselves and their families. They wanted to understand if and when to evacuate. They wanted to know where to evacuate to. And what they desperately wanted to see was emergency services professionals in the fight with them, should an event such as 2003 occur again. So I was stepping into an agency in a role where I was starting to see 2003 emerge in Queensland. And then it started to move its way down the east coast of Australia. Next slide, please. By November, we had more total fire bans in the ACT in 6 weeks than we'd had in the 5 years prior to that event. Next slide, please. Then the dust came. It's the first of the horses of the apocalypse, making its way into Canberra. And in fact, the dust at some points were bringing the community to an absolute standstill and was already having an impact on the emerging agriculture that we are so grateful for in and around the surrounds of the ACT. Next slide, please. And then the hail came. 10,000 cars lined up for repair, 2,400 requests for assistance into the ACT State Emergency Service, and major damage and impact to a number of the homes around the ACT. Next slide. Then the first of the fires started in the ACT, which started in the Pielago estate, unfortunately by a beekeeper who was undertaking biosecurity for the airport. That saw an immense response and a fire that made its way very rapidly to within 406 metres of a housing estate in the ACT. So we were starting to get a sense that while we were surrounded by fire in the ACT, to our northwest, our west and the southwest, and what we were seeing happening on the south coast of New South Wales, the reality of the threat for our own community was very, very real. And then, unfortunately, a defence helicopter undertaking reconnaissance for landing zones hit us with the Aurora Valley fire. Now, we've lost 80% of the Namadgi National Park as a consequence of that fire. It will take us decades, many tens of decades, to recover. But what has been so overwhelming in the response to this fire is the community commitment to start and support the recovery process. And that is something that I think we're all starting to pay a lot more attention to as we continue to face these extreme weather events, is that as much effort needs to go into prevention, preparedness and recovery as it does to the response. And the only way we can do that is with the entirety of our communities coming together in response to these threats. If you can just flick the last two slides up, that'd be great. Ultimately, for the ACT, the Aurora Valley fire did not result in the loss of lives, as was experienced in other areas of our country. And whilst our rural landholders did have an impact, and that impact will remain with them for quite some time, and I don't mean to make light of that, but in comparison with our peers across Australia, we actually got off pretty lightly. Next slide, please. But I use the Aurora Valley fire, the Black Summer events themselves, the four horses of the apocalypse that we experienced in the ACT. I think the only thing we didn't get was the locusts, is that it is a timely reminder that we absolutely have to start thinking outside the box in terms of awareness, preparedness, availability of a community that is already working very hard to pay their mortgage, put food on the table, support their children, look after extended family members, to still find the time to put on a first responder uniform, whether that be State Emergency Service, the Rural Fire Service, volunteering to be a Rotarian with a focus on looking after our community. We have to start thinking about how we can sustain the kind of workforce that we need across Australia for what is the new normal. Air Marshal Mark Binskin made a comment at the end of the Royal Commission hearings as the Commissioner leading the review, that we have to stop using the term unprecedented. It is the most overused term sprouted by emergency services professionals nationally. Our get out of jail free card for the impact extreme weather is having on our community is no longer the fact that these events are unprecedented. I'm not a scaremonger. I talk about the change in climate because it is changing and it is impacting on us. But what I'm saying is this is the new normal and we need to become comfortable being uncomfortable about that and focus our energies on what it is we can do as a community of professionals, academics, volunteers, leaders in our own rights to better prepare and support our communities. Next slide, please. Our community in the ACT is a very strong one. We have the benefit of being the best small country town city in the nation. We are blessed by the workforce that we have, both paid and volunteers, and the commitment they have to our community. We are also very fortunate in the ACT that all of our emergency services responders come under the one umbrella of the Emergency Services Agency. Now, that was a tough nut to crack over a decade ago when government made the decision to merge emergency services into one agency. We all love our tribes. We all work very hard to protect our identity. But our focus of being a team of teams, where everybody has a role to play, and where the subject matter expertise of all 4 services and our enabling staff are respected, are recognised, and are promoted across our community. Now we move into the brave new world of working very closely with the ADF to support and protect our community. And that's another tribe from our perspective that we need to throw into the melting pot and make sure that we all come out in one piece at the other end. We also are expanding our role in the ACT, and it's actually not in competition with other organisations, but it's about ways in which those who need our support feel comfortable to allow that to occur. Because it is a relationship and a partnership when we put our hand up to support the community. We want to have a community that is receptive to the offers that we are making, and that the work that we do is not just a tick in the box, but is actually going to make a difference. And for us, one of those programs is our youth engagement program, where quite simply, if we can teach 15 teenagers over a 3-week period how to change a light bulb, that 000 is the number that you call, cleaning your gutters, clearing your driveway, and just making common sense decisions when they are cooking and they set the stove on fire, will produce a good outcome. Now, I don't say that in a condescending way at all. I've got 4 children ranging in age from 18 to 25, and they say to me, you know, if you didn't direct that we do, and I do direct that we do not have mobile phones at the dinner table, there'd be no conversation. Quite often we are so focused on giving our children the best in life, the best education, that we've run out of time to teach them the common sense things. And so if our youth engagement program can share experiences with 15 kids who share their experience with 30 more kids who then continue to share that experience, and just put a survival plan on the kitchen table that might be reviewed by a family member that will then come in handy during an Aurora Valley fire, then we think we've done a pretty good job. And certainly that's the feedback that we're starting to get from the schools that we are currently working with in the ACT. Ultimately, for us, our job is about making it easy for people to do the right thing. And I say to my team that if you get up in the morning and you're excited about coming to work, what I want you to be excited about when you're at work is making it easy for people to do the right thing. Looking after our volunteers, looking after our paid staff, where we best place our resources, what decisions we make about equity, about inclusion, about diversity. If we just come to work each day with an open and honest hand, then I think we end the day having done something well. COVID-19 has been particularly difficult for all of us. How do you keep firefighters and paramedics safe when they are the ones that are getting up close and personal with our community? How do you keep your volunteers safe when they are stepping into homes, particularly state emergency service volunteers and ambulance service volunteers, who themselves actually come from a demographic that was in the high risk range for contracting COVID-19 at the peak of the pandemic last year? So like you all, we have had to also become quite innovative in how we remain engaged, but also continue our cycle of training. Because as you would appreciate, in the off-season, that's actually not the downtime for our firefighters and our volunteers. That's when we train to get ready for the next season. So we've had to look at really innovative ways in which we've been able to do that. Now, that has meant, on occasion, sending somebody out to homes to teach someone actually how to turn on the internet, how to link into the WebEx or the Teams, how to use their mobile phone to remain engaged. But it's also driven a lot of innovation for us in that we have actually now started to move away from traditional ways of training for our volunteers. It's actually allowed us to reduce the demands of having to train every Thursday night, at a minimum of 40 Thursday nights a year, to be deemed qualified. And it's actually allowed us to then generate a bit more of a work-life balance, because in fact, our volunteers are probably the hardest working people in our emergency services, because after doing their 37 or 45-hour week, they're then giving us 5 to 10 hours a week on top of that. So in a way, I thank COVID for forcing us to think outside the box and looking at other ways in which we can do our business better, and in fact make volunteering a little bit more volunteer friendly. Because quite often we have chats, and I do say to my paid team, you know, it's actually not about us. We're actually here because of the volunteers. And if we're finding it difficult, can you imagine what it is for those people giving up their time free of charge to be able to get involved? So it has been quite the eye-opener for all of us in very many ways. We've also then looked at how we can support the community in non-traditional ways, supporting our education department in the dispersal and the setup of IT systems in homes for families that may not have had the luxury of IT in their homes, to enable those children from a less than salubrious economic background to be able to continue their education. Food banks. Who would have thought? Who would have thought in 2020 and 2021 we would have food banks? We would have pandemic and bushfire refugees across our community. We would have so many displaced persons, and we would have so many people lose their livelihood for no reason other than a pandemic. Something we can't see, we can't taste, we can't smell, and for a long time last year, we couldn't control. So we've really had to look at how connection and engagement and just being an ear, a support person, and someone to have a friendly chat with members of our community. But the impact of that has been just as effective and just as important as responding to bushfires, storm, hail, smoke, flood, dust. And I think quite often that is not appreciated, or in the past has not been as appreciated in terms of what we do for our communities. And flick again. So this is what we've been talking to our leadership teams about over the last 12 months. We talk about wanting to do the right thing. We talk about wanting to generate capability. We talk about wanting to retain a volunteer workforce, which quite frankly our governments could not do without. We'd bankrupt them without those of you that give your time for free. But what goes with that is a level of respect, support, acknowledgement, and two-way commitment to ensure that we retain that capability. So we've been talking a lot about leadership in the last 12 months, and that it is because of good leadership that we will be able to retain our capabilities. It's not just the money, the uniforms, the vehicles. It's actually about the one-on-one interactions and the leadership and respect that we show each other that is really the key to retaining you as a capability into the future. Those of you from Canberra would know that I spent far too much time on the front page or page 3 of the Canberra Times over the last 12 months. I had a bit of a meltdown. I lost my temper one evening, and it was absolutely not acceptable. And I could have dug my head in the sand and ignored what happened and said, it's okay, you worked really hard during the Aurora Valley fires, you were allowed to have a meltdown. Or I could do what I did, which was dig deep, give myself a bit of a slap, and literally a slap around the head and say, wake up and smell the roses, and realise that when you make a mistake, you've got to acknowledge it, you've got to apologise for it, but you've also got to demonstrate what you have learnt from that experience so that you can use the learning to ensure it doesn't happen again. Otherwise, you just go into a cycle of apologies and excuses rather than moving forward. Now, I'm 55 years old, and I can now say to my children, truly, you are never too old to learn. Because it is through the power of reflective practice over the last 12 months that I have come to terms with the fact that I do suffer from depression and anxiety. I did have a 33-year career in the military where I was exposed to some really challenging things. And I had a moment during the Aurora Valley fire where I failed to acknowledge that the level of pressure I was under was triggering some of the emotion that goes with those challenges. And so it's only through reflective practice that I've actually come to terms with that and learned how to manage that. Which is why, Admiral Barry, thank you very much for what you do, because the stigma that goes with mental health usually sends the wrong message. It's that you can't keep working, you can't have a productive life. Well, in fact, you can, but you are going to make mistakes along the way. But with a community that supports you, and that's what I certainly have in the ACT, you can learn to pick up your socks and move forward, and then share that rather than be ashamed of those experiences. So that's the end of my story this morning. As I like to say, our team of teams in the ACT is made up of 2,400 paid staff and volunteers. We are the united colours of Benetton. We do reflect the community in which we live, we work, and we prosper. We are learning that discussions around climate change are not dirty words, they're discussions that we need to have. We're learning as emergency services professionals that we need to partner with the academics to work out what it is that we can do to be better prepared to support our community and move forward. But if it wasn't for the volunteers that we have in the ACT, and I know the volunteers that you have in Rotary, I think we would be in a much worse place than where we are today, which is sitting in an auditorium and celebrating the very good work that you all do and my team does on a daily basis to support the Australian community. So thank you very much, Rotary, for what you do, and thank you very much for the partnership in supporting our emergency services responders, because it is in fact your awards ceremony that helps us to show the respect and the acknowledgement for what our people do. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Wow. Is there any doubt why she is the commissioner? And I got to say, it's been an absolute pleasure to work with her on the committee as well. She's very tough on us. It's hard, but she's good, and a very inspirational person. It's interesting to note, how many people here have travelled overseas before? Right. How many have travelled in the last year? Oh, there's a couple of random people in the audience that have put up their hand. Now, we're used to exchange students flocking the stage, all with their flags and cheering and carrying on. And this year we have 3. What's happened? There's been some reason why. We're not quite sure why there's only 3 this year. But they've had to carry the mantle of the other 20 that would normally be here. So it is with my pleasure that I introduce our exchange student team and their chief leader.
morning. Is that on? Good morning, everybody. Yes, it's been a very, very interesting and very different year for the 12 young people, the Australian children, young people who went out on exchange on the 18th of January last year. Rotary Youth Exchange has been one of the flagship programs of Rotary across the world. Why? Well, it's because young people who take up this challenge, and it is a challenge, open themselves up to 12 months of learning and personal development. Skills that they would not have gained in any other way. Most of these young people go on to make a very positive difference in the world. So firstly, I'd like to introduce you to Theo, who is going to speak to you, then Siobhan, and then Saxon to tell you about their experiences. We did have 12, but the others had commitments, so these three have given up their weekend to come and talk to you, because normally we would use inbound students for this presentation, but of course they all went home and there's none here at the present time.
Hi, all right, so I'm Theo, I'm 18 years old and I'm studying at Dixon College in Canberra, and I was sponsored by the Rotary Club of Canberra Sunrise to go to Germany last year. So yeah, I landed in Germany on January 19th, and I was lucky enough to be hosted by a very lovely family in the town of Gotha, which is in Thuringia in the middle of Germany, which some of you may know as being where our royal family originates from. So they were originally called Saxon-Coburg-Gotha, before, of course, World War I. And, you know, the British family swiftly changed their last name after being bombed by Germany. Yeah, so my first month on exchange was actually really great. Obviously, before COVID hit, I had a beginning level of German, so I was able to communicate quite well with my host family and my school as well. And I actually went to school on my second day, and my host brother was in the same year group as me, so I was able to make friends fairly quickly. Yeah, and so in the first few weeks, I celebrated Fasching, which some of you might know. It's a bit of like a German festival. You all wear crazy costumes and whatnot in the first few months of the year. And I was able to go skiing for the first time, so travel a fair bit, and then COVID hit us in mid-March, which everybody already knows, but you know. And so we followed a strict lockdown after. Can you flip to the photo of people wearing masks? No, this. Yes, here we go. Yes. So COVID hit us in mid-March. Our school was locked down. We couldn't leave our town. We couldn't meet any more than one person outside of our host family. So obviously got to know my host family very well in that time, which, you know, was useful as well because it forced me to pick up the language really, really quickly. But yeah, so the only shops that were open were all the essentials, so supermarkets, the doctor, chemists, and this is basically what it looked like to go to the supermarket, or back there. Yeah, so first time in my life experiencing security cards being at the supermarket. So that was quite an experience. Yeah, and so of course we were all really shocked by this. You know, we kind of had to make the very mature decision on our own to decide, okay, well, we could go home now and, you know, stay in this pandemic with our families, or we could just, you know, keep going and go on with our exchange despite having no idea what the future will hold, and honestly no regrets there. So yeah, we were all super shocked with that, and also there was a lot of, I guess, mental hardship with, you know, being, first of all, isolated because you're in a new country with new people, but also being isolated because we're isolated from all the other exchange students and the exchange programs that were cancelled because of COVID. But something that was very inspiring to me over my exchange was living with my host grandparents, who, you know, COVID was nothing to them because they grew up in East Germany. So they'd already experienced, you know, the lines at the supermarket, you know, the rationing, everything. You know, they had previously lived off just 250 euros a month. So they definitely knew how to get by in COVID times. yeah, they could not complain about not having toilet paper because they didn't even have a flush toilet until, you know, the mid-1980s. So there you go. And, you know, they couldn't complain about not being able to travel either because, you know, it's only when the wall came down, which they were actually at the wall when it came down, which I thought was amazing, they couldn't complain about not being able to travel because they'd already spent most of their lives not being able to. Yeah, so we made the most of winter and spring in lockdown. We had a lot of short trips around Thuringia, so the state I was in, which is known as the forest state of Germany, so a lot of beautiful trips through the forest and the snow. And around May, June, that kind of time, the borders around Germany and throughout Europe were starting to open, so that's what spring looked like, absolutely beautiful. Yeah, so I was able to go to the North Sea, which is that picture back there of, you know, just the mud, which is what the Germans unfortunately call a beach. Yeah, so, yeah, so, you know, throughout this, yeah, there we go. It's just, yeah, it's just mud for kilometers on end, and behind there, it's just industrial, and that's me with another exchange student in Germany. Yeah, it was good fun. Yeah, so another thing that I found myself occupied with during this lockdown time with my host Omar was cooking. So again, 10 kilos overseas with all the food she just kept feeding me. And some of you might have heard of this raw meat that German put on bread. I can't remember what they call it, which is raw meat on bread with some pepper and salt and onions on top. I hated it, but I was very polite, so I ate it anyway. Yes, yeah, so after everything opened up, I actually, despite Euro Tour and everything like that being cancelled, I was actually able to do quite a bit of traveling. I went to Berlin, I went to Frankfurt, Cologne, Weimar, which has a very rich history of literature and poetry. I went to a few university cities. I went to the Baltic Sea, Hamburg, Amsterdam, and also over the summer I actually visited some exchange students that were also sponsored by this district over the last few years. So I visited Oscar in Denmark, and I also visited Leah, who was hosted by the Forbes Club, I believe. I visited her in Belgium, and I visited Celle in France as well, just a few weeks before every country went into lockdown again, which was very lucky. So yeah, as everyone knows, you know, not the exchange we had planned, or really anyone had planned, but I think I definitely learned some skills of bureaucracy. Never in my life have I had to call the embassy every single day just to see if they could get me a flight home. Yeah, and obviously definitely resilience and flexibility, because you'd have to be watching the news every single day to see, you know, what the lockdown, everything was doing in Australia, what it was doing in Germany, just to see when we'd be able to get a flight home, which for me took 3 attempts, which I'm grateful for Rob coaxing me through that, because that was very, very stressful. But anyway, I got home eventually, so yeah. And despite the difficulties of this exchange, I have absolutely no regrets for going on it. You know, even if I'd known that COVID was going to happen, I think I would have gone anyway. It was still an amazing experience. And, you know, it would not have been possible without my sponsor club, and of course the committee and Rob for all the training that they gave us. They gave us 2 training weekends, and no other clubs in Europe get that. They don't get any training, they just get the insurance and they get put on the plane to their country. That's it. So yeah, I'm incredibly grateful, and so thank you for this opportunity.
Hello? I'm Siobhan, and I don't have any photos, but I went to Italy and Germany, so just imagine like the most beautiful places right there, if you could, for me. I was sponsored by the host club of Kuma, originally just to go to Italy, but as you know, COVID had interesting plans for us all. When I was first told I would go to Italy, I actually did cry on the phone. So it was really funny because my person called me up, the leader of the host club who was sponsoring me, and he sounded really sad on the phone. he was like, oh, I have some news for you. I don't know if you're going to like it. And I was like, oh, I didn't get in. And I was so upset. And then he was like, you got in. And I was like, you're so funny. That was so funny. But I was so happy. So they sent me over to Italy, and I think Theo mentioned gaining 10 pounds in 9 months or something. I went to Italy. I gained 10 pounds in like a week. It was my host family, their son was in Australia, and I had actually met him before, and they were the most lovely people. They took me everywhere. My host mom in the first month took me to so many places, and Italy is drop dead gorgeous. Like, I think you all know, all right? I don't think I need to tell you this, but Italy's pretty, guys. Go visit it in like 3 years. But as you know, the lockdown hit Italy pretty hard, especially the part I was in, which is in Lombardia. So I was in Lecco near Bergamo, and that's where the hospitals had those. Okay, thank you. The hospitals had those absolutely where they were taken out on trucks, and it was just full on. My host family, they sat me down and they were like, "Are you gonna stay or are you gonna go?" And I was like, "I think I'm gonna stay." So I did. I stayed with the Italian lockdown, and it was very lonely at times. But I always knew I wanted to take this opportunity, and if I go back, there's no going back. Literally, not for 3 years. And if I could at least try and get a little bit out of it, I should go for it, honestly. The lockdown was very, very harsh. You weren't allowed out. The police were wandering the streets. I remember one time I went to the shopping center for essentials, and they started yelling at me in Italian, and this was 2 months in, so I couldn't speak a word. So I just ran into the supermarket and hoped they'd leave me alone. And they did, so it was okay. But after the lockdown eased and online school ended, and we were actually finally able to go out, and I was going out with my friends, the Italian club was like, "Hey, we're sending you home." And I was like, well, maybe. And thanks to lovely Rob here and many, many other people, my Kuma club, they were able to find a family for me in Germany. But I had a quick little stopover in Switzerland with my godfather for 4 weeks. I know my life is very hard. And I spent a month in summer there, and it was beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. My parents hated it because have you guys seen the exchange rate for francs to Australian dollars? But I loved it. And when I went to my German family, it was better than I could have hoped for. They had a host sister my age, and we just clicked instantly. I'm still keeping that up. We have road trip plans all around Europe, maybe in a few years though. I never ever expected to get that close with someone so quickly. My German family, they took me so many places, but it was dead to the world because there was nobody there because of COVID. And honestly, I kind of liked that. We visited so many museums, and there was nobody else there, and I was like, oh no, now I get to see this art by myself. What a big problem. But no, it was lovely. They took me to so many places, and what really inspired me with my Italian family and my German family was they were going through this incredibly difficult time, especially my Italian family, and they still took the time out to make me feel welcome and in their family, and I'll forever feel grateful. My Italian family threw an Easter celebration still, in the middle of the lockdown, when they were all going through it, and they still got me a giant Easter egg, and they showed me the Italian traditions. That resilience, that ability is something that'll stick with me forever, because they really did come together as a family, Italy as a community. It was beautiful. So in Germany, I was finally able to go to one Rotary meeting, and they turned to me and they were like, well, only 2 people can speak English, but you can give it a go in German. And I was like, 9. But a lovely, lovely club, and I was able to say goodbye to them in German. So it was very difficult. I know it was one word, but I did it, guys. What I think I gained the most from exchange is before I went over, in the back of my mind, I was like, I don't think I'd come back to Rotary. I'd be like, well, I mean, I'm going overseas. I've never really had interactions with Rotary before. Like, why come back? And it's just the support from Rotary everywhere. Like, in Europe, in Australia especially, like, you guys, I don't think you understand how amazing you are. In Europe, they were like, okay, give us money and then go home. But no, you have full-on things. It's amazing. Like, Australia's community, Rotary in general, like, all the speaks, the mental health help, everything is beautiful. Like, so much empathy is from Rotary and so much kindness that I'm gonna join the Canberra Club. It's a beautiful place. And that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, I'll do my best to try and not repeat what's already been said, but obviously I can't make any promises. And I do know it is a Rotary conference, but I'll try not to bore you all too much. But anyway, hej, jeg hedder Saxon. Jeg var en undervisningsstudent i Danmark i 12 måneder sidste år under covid-pandemien. Or in English, hi, my name is Saxon Perry, and I was an exchange student in Denmark last year for 12 months during the COVID pandemic. And without a doubt, it's been one of the best things I've ever done. I could go on and on about all the places I went, but I figured I might take a little bit of a different approach to those two and sort of talk more about the things that I learned during my exchange. Probably one of the great things about exchange is that, at least in my experience, it taught me to put so much effort into everything I did so that I could get the most out of my exchange. In the very first few weeks, when I was thrown into a new country with a language I could barely speak, I instantly had to go out and make new friends. And it was quite the challenge trying to make new friends in a foreign language. I really had to put everything into everything I did. Another example of this is about midway through the year. I wanted to go and visit a set of islands. I contacted one of the Rotary clubs on the islands, and for about 6 weeks, I was sending emails back and forth for them pretty much daily. And then after pretty much doing everything that I could to get it to work, I finally got the okay from both from the Rotary club in Denmark and from the Rotary club on the islands, and then I said that I was allowed to go and visit. However, unfortunately, COVID cases shot up, so I wasn't able to go, which is a bit of a shame, but I just sort of had to keep my head up, move on to the next thing that I wanted to do, and put effort into that as well and hope that it would go well. Which sort of brings me on to another thing that I learned, which is a bit more resilience. Learning how to deal with some things that I didn't expect to happen, and being able to stay positive when things were looking down. Because sometimes a worldwide pandemic just happens and you're 16,000 kilometers away from my family, and I really didn't know what was going on half the time. But I still just had to keep my head high, keep trying to do as many things that I could, and keep chugging along. Because sometimes things didn't go quite the way I wanted them to. Hell, it was nice when they did. But most of the time, something would go wrong, and there was nothing I could do about it because it was all just out of my hands. I was able to learn how to deal with this sort of thing, which especially at my age, can be pretty helpful quite a lot of the time. Ultimately, the thing I'm trying to say is that I learned that sometimes something goes wrong, and what I have to do is get back up, try something else, or look at it from a different perspective, and just sort of hope that it goes favorably this time. Then just sort of repeat that process till something works. Because eventually, something will work. It's just a matter of trying new things or talking to someone new who might have a different perspective. Obviously, one of the other big things about going on exchange is learning a new language, which, living with this year's Rotary's theme, has started to open some opportunities for me. Even if it's a language that not many people use, which in all honesty, Danish isn't the most useful of the world's languages. But I have been finding that it's really useful just knowing a second language, and it's a skill that will really help me in the years to come. And by being integrated into a new culture, it ensured that I was able to actually learn this new language to quite a high level. It's definitely a skill that I'm hoping to hold on to for the years to come, and I'm really thankful for Rotary for allowing me to go over and learn the new language. Another thing, especially thanks to COVID, was learning how to trust people. Not just general trust, but learning to trust that people actually do know what they're talking about, and that they will do everything they can to help me. For most of the year, I really just had to put my faith in Rotary Australia and Rotary Denmark. In the start, it was a bit of a challenge, just sort of putting my life into the hands of these people that I had only known for a few months. But over my remaining 9 months in Denmark, I was able to learn that these people do know what they're talking about. I learned that if I did talk to the right people, they'll do everything that they would to help me. And especially if they couldn't, they'll be more than happy to point me in the right direction of someone that can. Which, in a way, is a sort of form of networking, which again is another thing that being with Rotary has really helped me with. My final thing that going on exchange... Sorry about that. My final thing about going on exchange... Oh, where is it? There it is. Has taught me that the world is really such a big and wide place. The thing with Australia is that it is quite isolated, which admittedly at the moment is quite helpful. But in general, it is unfortunately a bit of a shame. Because I did live with because I lived in the Danish culture, I was able to go out and see all of these funny little things and hear all of these funny little stories that if I'd only lived in Australia, I would never have even known about. I swear it's not COVID. Oh God, now I'm lost. But also, on the opposite, it has showed me how lucky that I am actually to live in Australia. Because Australia is quite a wonderful and great country. I guess what I'm trying to say is that the world is big, and I'm sure I want to go and explore it. But it's also nice to know where home is. But anyway, I've learned countless lessons from my exchange, each as important as the last. And I'm not just saying this because I've run out of ideas of what to say. I truly have. If you don't believe me, come find me. I'm pretty obvious, and I'll be happy to have a chat. And once again, I'm really thankful that I was able to do this opportunity, and I'm so grateful, and I really, really, really am happy for the exchange program. So to Rotary Districts 9705 and my Rotary District in Denmark, 1440, I say thank you for running the exchange program.
That's 3 of 12, and you can see why I'm so proud of all of them. I'll also just tell you another little bit of information. Saxon was also presented by Rotary Exchange Denmark as the most outstanding youth exchange student that they've had. And another lovely little bit of information, Theo, he also, as he said, he got bounced off 3 flights before we got him a flight home. And he had the temerity to turn 18 before he got onto the last flight, which means when we had to fly him into Adelaide to avoid the Sydney cap, he had to do 14 days quarantine on his own in a hotel in Adelaide. So he also advised me last night that he is going to join my Rotary Club. Now, I hope you're impressed with the quality of these young Australians. And many Rotary clubs often say, and I've had it said to me, why spend that amount of money on one person? Well, let me gently tell you, you're not. You will never know how many people, these young people that you've sponsored, either inbounds or outbounds, have had, what positive impact they've had, and on how many people. It could be hundreds, it could be even more. An example of this that actually happened during COVID, and if anyone's here from Harden Murrumbara, it's the student that they hosted. She was in the northeastern United States in the New York district. So you can imagine COVID was pretty hard there. But let me just read the quote, or part of that quote, from a Facebook post that her host family put up. 6.5 months ago, we opened our home to a complete stranger during a global pandemic. And little did we know that this exchange student would become family. Thank you for letting us grow with you, and we're forever changed, and we are impacted for the better because of your time here. We love you, and it's not goodbye, but see you later. That was from a host family. Yes, COVID has had devastating impacts on many things right across the world in most countries, and on the Youth Exchange Program, obviously. And at present, of course, it is suspended, and the RI board announced it's also going to be suspended now until June 2022. And we don't know then when and what format it will take, but please keep Rotary Exchange alive in your heart and in your club, and be prepared to assist us when we recommence, because to ensure it does not die. However, we're looking at organising what we're calling a youth challenge. We're swapping young Australian students between the ages of 14 and 15 years of age with another district for one term. This district like ours is huge. The district it goes from Hervey Bay to Darwin, crosses 2 states, or a state and a territory. And they'll have to attend school and be hosted. And we also would reciprocate with students from their district. So watch the promotion and application for young people to undertake this challenge, and hopefully in the very near future. Thank you for listening to us. It's been an honour. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Dankeschön, meine Damen und Herren. I just don't know the Viking language, unfortunately. Thanks so much for sharing your story with us. And just so that they get an indication, how many people here have hosted an exchange student or participated in it? Right? And that's what it's about, creating opportunities. Thanks so much, Rob. The work that goes on behind the scenes in Rotary Exchange is immense, from not just our side of the world, but also from the others. Now, to swap districts, wow. I'm not sure if the languages are going to be the same or not, but it could be. Come on, Rob.
Queenslanders speak differently and back different football teams.
I don't know if you're allowed to go to third world countries. Yeah, no. Okay. So, is there a Queenslander in the audience? One Queenslander. One Queenslander. Okay. So we're running ahead of schedule, everybody, which is fantastic. So we're going to have our morning tea break. Remember, this is your last chance to buy the apples, right? And Batlow are going to be devastated if they have to take any home, right? So definitely buy the apples. And also there's a raffle draw. Please grab some tickets in the raffle, because that will be then finalised after the break. So come back here at 11 o'clock, and the way we're running, we could be finished early, which is awesome for everybody. Okay, thank you. I've paid for mine. Sorry? Excuse me? Did you go up? Did you go upstairs? I'd like you to run up to the Batlow stand right now and ask them, did I pay for these apples? Right? Now off you go. Let's do your laps. Right? Right. They only had 3 boxes left. So if you haven't grabbed your apples, now's the time to grab them while Kylie does her laps to prove a point. Now, also just to let you know, copies of the Royce Abbey Peace booklet that was done by John Skerritt yesterday. There are still copies left for each club. The Jerebombra Club, I have your copy, right? So save the president from chasing it down. But there are some extra copies, so if you did want some extra ones, I think Helen's grabbed a whole heap down here, but there's probably some more out there. The other thing is to be aware, wherever you're from, it may be a long drive back to Bathurst. So don't forget your banners when you go, right? And the banners are either going to be here or in the other side. Don't assume that the ones that were in there aren't now in here. So be aware, because there was some that changed. Okay? My next question is, who has sneakers, hikers, or running shoes? Could you please raise your hand? Okay. It's really important because next weekend, right, is the Rotary 2-day Peace Walk in Canberra. It's not a race, so you can do it at your own pace. There's a 7K, a 14K, a 21K, and for those people who are, maybe you're a little bit keener, the 42K walk, right? And if you do them, like 2 7Ks or a 14 and a 7K walk, you'll receive a medal as part of the global 2K walk. So jump onto the website and get involved with the Peace Walk if you like. Where's our number 1 walker? Oh, she's moved again. That's what I like. She keeps moving seats, right? Then there's an opportunity for you next weekend in Canberra. So, yeah, definitely get involved with that. Now, remember we had some great projects yesterday that we covered with a number of different clubs. And this is an opportunity now for us to also showcase some more projects from some more clubs. Now, the first speaker that we have today is from the Rotary Club of Orange Daybreak. Is there someone here from Orange Daybreak? Yes. Ah. Yes. So running out doesn't get you out of it, sir. You have to come back up, and he'll be talking about entrachoma.
Marang Narin. Good morning. I welcome you all here to this presentation, and I wish to pay my respects to elders past and present of the Rotary Nation, the land that we're on. I know people often say, why do we keep doing that? Well, we keep doing it because we're being respectful. I could have said I recognise the District Governor, District Governor's wife, the RI President's representative, and all the other people who are here. But I chose to recognise the Wiradjuri Nation. Sorry, I had to run. There's a few of us in the district, Mark Hansen, Ann Dibb and myself, who see ourselves as the entrachoma team. We were asked by past District Governor George Weston to do so in 2017, and we've got a group of people that we work with across the districts in Australia, and we've been doing that for the last 3 years. But let's have a look at what trachoma is. Now, I'm not a clinician, I don't have any skills in optometry, although I do pay for glasses every few years. Trachoma is a leading cause of infectious blindness. Some people may know it as sandy blight. It's a contagious bacterial infection caused by bacterium Chlamydia trachomatis. It is completely preventable. However, with repeated infection, it can cause scarring inside the eyelids, which causes the eyelashes to turn in, leading to painful scratching with every blink, which can then lead to irreversible blindness. It does take about 200 episodes of the infection in order for the blindness to be permanent. Trachoma spreads by personal contact, via hands, clothing, towels, or bedding, by contact with infectious discharge from the nose or eyes of children's faces. Women seem to suffer more frequently and more severely than men, as they are the carers of children. So what does it look like? Looks like that. Becomes cloudy and blinds the eye. Helen was telling me that her involvement with the then Governor General, with the engagement of the Australian government in end trachoma, meant that he passed it on to the Rotary Club of Melbourne some years ago. And in 2009, the government of Australia pledged to end trachoma in Australia by 2020. These are the countries of the world that have trachoma currently. And you probably notice that Australia is the only first world country with trachoma. And of course, the most disadvantaged that suffer from trachoma are especially in the areas where there's reduced access to water and proper sanitation. Trachoma is persisting in remote Aboriginal communities that still lack adequate washing facilities and education and have poor sanitation and chronically overcrowded housing. Down's the next one, isn't it? Pretty interesting statistics. In 2008, trachoma rates were recorded in Australia and reached up to 67% in some communities. That was 2 in every 3 children in some communities in the Northern Territory. The National Eye Health Survey report a significantly high number of communities at risk of endemic and hyperendemic trachoma. So you can see in 2018 how some of those figures have changed because of the work of an alliance of organisations, health organisations, community health organisations, Aboriginal community health organisations, governments and Rotary have been able to work on the reduction of the prevalence. In 2008, it was something like the national average was about 21%, and it was down to 4.6% in 2017, and then down to 3.9% in 2019. So the aim is to prevent infectious diseases. It's pretty simple. Clean faces mean strong eyes. And there are a number of different ways that has been and is being done through the End Trachoma program. The WHO, World Health Organization, Safe Strategy. The F and the E, those parts are the parts that Rotary and community health organisations are working on. The S and the A, the surgical and the antibiotics, are effectively treatments once you've got trachoma. The F and the E are the preventative measures. They're the things that we're all attempting to do with the projects that we have that are supported by Rotary and other organisations. So the surgery and the antibiotics treat, the facial cleaning and the environmental improvements change the space in which kids are growing up and the attitudes and the culture in order to ensure that they don't get the disease. We've been pretty active in Australia in this area, and this community, this broader community, and I think this is one of the issues that I wanted to raise, Michael. You said your main aim was to get clubs across the district to work together. Well, I think this is a great example, and I hope we can show some of that towards the end. But you'll notice there, can you read it, mind the way, for those who are down here? It says, the End Trachoma project has raised over $1 million from Rotarians and charitable donations. Any clubs here, any people here put in used stamps, to collect used stamps? There's a couple of people who still use the post office. Congratulations. And what about people who... Oh, well, we'll get onto the other programs, but individual donations have been provided as well. So these water trailers and tanks have been and are being provided in the Northern Territory, West Australia and South Australia, as the lack of water is a major cause of infectious disease. So far, 7 trailers have been delivered, with 2 more in production. They're also used during community events, cultural gatherings and special events. You can see they don't come cheap. But they have a long-lasting effect and benefit to the broader communities in which they are. I might just quickly flick back, and just so you make sure you've recognised the... So the darker colour is the areas where the pandemic is more a problem. Well, it's endemic. It's more prevalent in the darker areas, and you can see there that Central Northern Territory is a key area. The lighter colour in Western Australia shows that it's lessening there, but up in North Queensland there are some prevalence as well. The hygiene support. We trialled the portable washing machines and soap making workshops. This is the portable washing machine down here. For those people up the top there, you probably all got your tickets. You bought it in a raffle for one of these. The great thing about the project has been trialling things in communities to see how they work. Doing it in conjunction with Aboriginal cultural groups and elders within the range of different communities. There are literally hundreds of communities that are being involved in this project. And it was felt that this might help people in their washing machine needs to wash their clothes. And it was a good idea, but when it was trialled, it was found that it wasn't big enough. It wasn't big enough for a large family blanket or a set of sheets and so forth. And so that particular trial has moved on from trying to promote it more so. However, the face washers, the bath towels were very important. And who would have thought that this would be an issue? When was the last time you went into a bathroom and there wasn't a hook or a rail? Is anybody here staying in a... And so these houses, the accommodation is being built by the generally the state authority, and the accommodation is built in such a way that it's pretty ordinary, it's pretty plain, and it's pretty simple, and there's no hooks for hanging up towels if you had a towel. Similarly, there are no mirrors. Now, we're all pretty vain, us white fellas. We're all pretty keen about what we look like. Some of us more so than others, I suppose. That's what my wife tells me, anyway. Notwithstanding that, there's... Who doesn't have a mirror in their house? No, can't see anybody with their hand up. Houses in Central Australia and remote communities are built without mirrors. But the Endracoma Alliance was able to obtain support through Bunnings for acrylic mirrors, and you would have seen them on the stand that we have out the front. There's also some DIK for those who are new to Rotary. That DIC is the acronym, but the standard is donations in kind. And Rotarians and other people getting involved in provision of support infrastructure. Which brings us to the most current of our projects, which is the toiletry kits. The kits are a great idea. Generally a bag into which... Ho, ho, ho. Reckon you can put that up? Just to show it so it doesn't show all the other stuff. No. Anyway, these are great. Look at me. Focus here. Focus here. This is the bag that's made, and within the bag go a range of things: shampoo, deodorant, toothbrush holder, soap holder, washer, and towel. And so there's one of these for each child. The plan was to do 2,000, and I'll talk about the end result in a minute. You see a lot of kids there. Part of the project was to try and build an engagement. For a number of us here, we probably grew up. I know I did. I didn't see or meet an Aboriginal person until I was probably in my early 20s. And then it was only a fleeting engagement with somebody. And there probably are some people here who didn't go to school with Aboriginal people, didn't have Aboriginal people living in their communities, and I would hope now that those who are living in communities where Aboriginal people are also living, that you're making an effort to understand about their history, about the truth that went on with them and their families, because the part of this project which is so important is the linking up of school children today in the communities that we're in with school children for whom these kits are going to go. So these kits are designated for schools. Each child in that school will get one of these. So my club has created a number of these bags, and they're going to go to Tea Tree School. And we had to do 50 odd bags to go to Tea Tree School, and all of the clubs up here have also done a number of those, and there are some in the pipeline. So if anybody's interested in their club getting involved in the toiletry kit project, it means communicating with the school in your community, getting the kids to write a little note to the child who gets one of these, and let's hope it builds a link, it builds a bridge between our communities and their communities, between your school and their school, and builds an understanding with those communities about what happens in remote Australia, and for them, what happens in your rural community or urban community. So across the district, you'll be pleased to know, Governor Michael, that Rotarians here have made 700 plus kits. They've been delivered to 12 schools in the Northern Territory. The school sizes have ranged from 20 to over 200. And we've contributed, this district, us, all of yous out there, 32.5% of the kits on what the rest of Australian Rotarians did. So give yourselves a round of applause. I haven't finished yet. And those who haven't been part of that 32.5%, have a think about it. Have a think about it in your club and what you can do to help out in this great project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is that your raffle ticket?
And the winner is?
Do you want to announce it?
The winner is Lyndall. How many Lyndalls are there? None. From Berrima. So Lyndall, we'll have that up at the stall if you'd like to pick it up. Take home. Thank you.
No worries. Thanks very much, Michael. Awesome. Thank you. Okay. Now I'd like to call on Sue now for Feast the Farmers, the Rotary Club of Orange Daybreak.
Rightio. It's interesting that just coming over here this morning, I heard Macca, and he was talking about, someone rang up Macca and was talking about the drought that's currently happening in the northeast of South Australia. And Macca was sort of, oh, okay, there's drought in South Australia and New South Wales is being completely flooded out. And he was just commenting how that's very Australian. So this project started at the end of sort of the end of the drought in Orange. April 2019 was when we actually held the event, but the idea of it came after the horrendous drought that had been happening in New South Wales. So Orange was badly impacted, but all the little towns around Orange, like Cumnock and Eugowra and Stewarttown, and there's a heap of them, they were really, really suffering. They're not big towns, there's not a lot of money in the community at the best of times, but I've lived in a very small town and they have that lovely vibe of everyone looking after everyone else and being really caring. So farmers were doing it really, really tough. Small things like giving their child money so they could go to school and buy lunch. Woohoo! You get to have your pie and you have your chippies or whatever, and they just didn't have the cash to give their kids, and they went in with their Vegemite sandwich instead. So smallest things, people were really struggling. So Heifer Station Wines is owned by one of our members, and he came up with the idea of partnering with our club to have this long lunch which was to be held in the bull paddock, which is literally a bull paddock. So it's a paddock that's held cattle. He actually does grow mostly grapes, but the bull paddock is at the top of the hill, have to walk through all the grapevines to get there. And of course, April 2019, it was a dust bowl. So they decided they could put out tables and a marquee and have a lunch up there. And along the way, to get to the bull paddock, you could start at the bottom of the hill and walk through the grapevines and get canapes and drink glasses of wine, so that by the top you were feeling really, really generous. So we were involved, and I'll talk more about that, and through the Rotary involvement and the generosity of Heifer Station as well, there ended up being absolutely zero admin costs. So anything that didn't go to the actual food and wine, we had as profit, which was absolutely wonderful. And we thought, what are we going to do? We're going to have all this money, and you could already hear, TV, radio, shock horror stories, people knocking on farmers' doors saying, I've got $1,000, would you like it? And the farmers just hating it, you know. They don't like to put themselves forward. It's extremely embarrassing. A lot of them would rather almost literally die than tell you that they're in trouble. And so we thought, how can we distribute the money we're going to get? And we got onto Scott Barrett, who actually comes from Orange, and is now the New South Wales Drought Relief Manager with Give It. And if you haven't heard of Give It, get onto the Give It website and start Googling. It's the best thing since sliced bread. It's a government-run thing, so the government absorbs the admin costs. And if you've got money or things that you want to give away, you get onto the Give It website and you find people who are saying, I desperately want whatever. So just incidentally, I'm involved with Wrap With Love, and we make blankets, and we had a heap of blankets, and I looked at Give It, and here there were these people in Katoomba desperate for blankets to give out after the bushfires that had happened around Katoomba, people living in tents, etc. So I just contacted the lady, and we ended up giving over 100 blankets away, and it was just so easy. So with Scott's assistance, we felt that we could distribute the money without actually embarrassing anybody, and that's how it worked out. So the next one, please. Okay, so this is the actual event, and I'll do a bit of spruiking, a bit of a sponsorship announcement. We couldn't do this last year, we wanted to, but it's happening again this year. So if you want to come back to Orange, well, near enough to Bathurst, back on April the 10th, we're having another Feast for Farmers, and tickets are still available, so you can buy them. And if this excites you, after I finish talking, you might do it. So they put on this feast. Our Rotary Club helped with bus transport, so you could come down to the visitor centre, be put on a bus, go up, drink too much wine, come back on the bus, and you didn't have to drive, which was a really good idea. What was lucky was, because there's country parents living around us, quite a few of their kids were bored in Sydney. And so just by sheer luck really, some of the parents of boarding kids got connected to the parents of day kids in Sydney, the day bugs as we used to call them. And quite a few of the people that came to this Feast for Farmers were Sydney people from fairly wealthy suburbs. And the other fabulous thing about this was that we attracted young people. So it's all very well to sort of say, why don't we have young people in our club? I'm sorry, but just look at you. You know, really? Look at me. So, you know, if you can do something that younger people think is really fun and interesting and fantastic, you suddenly get to this whole cohort of people that you've never been near. So all of a sudden, here I am down the bus trying to tick names off, and this girl comes up, and she was a vision. She was about 20-something. She had a white tube dress on and high heels like this. And I said to her, you realise you're going to the bull paddock, do you? She had no idea. These Sydney people really, they'd heard about the drought and they were very, very sympathetic and, you know, had brought their wallets with them, but they really had no idea, and it was a huge eye-opener for them. There was another young thing who looked absolutely gorgeous. She had the brand new Acubra, the cowboy boots, and I said, you just look gorgeous. And she said, I'm channeling my inner McLeod's daughters. So it was just, someone said that, you know, service above self, Rotarians, aren't we fabulous, you know, give ourselves a big pat. I find service above self is the most selfish thing out. It's not service above self, it's service about your own selfishness. I love serving. I love talking to these young things from Sydney that I'd never meet otherwise. I had the best day. I went out in the bus with them. I walked up the hill with them. So you started down the bottom here and you walked through the vines and you got to the top, next level grazing, as they said. And there was a long lunch, heaps of food, and it was just fabulous. Mary Brell, some of you will know, she was the auctioneer on the day, so you can imagine how much money we managed to get. We had raffles and auctions, and people just gave and gave and gave. And we raised $40,000 on that one day. So the next one, please. And so the other fun part of this, the other selfish part of it, was that I was able to go, we had 2 cars full of people. We went out, my car was Scott Barrett was driving. The other car had some other people from Give It, and we all wore our logos and things. And we went to these small towns with this $40,000. But the way it was distributed wasn't just that, as I said, we knocked on people's doors and said, here, have $1,000. We connected, or Scott Barrett did, to the CWAs, the school associations, the preschool, Manildra, community groups, and asked them to find us the best way to spend the money and who to give it to. So they could do it quietly and privately. And the other thing we wanted to do was help the local small businesses. So things like the Ugara Butcher, which is the second photo there, tiny little butcher shop. I think it's a husband and wife team. We turned up and we said, we want to get $1,000 worth of vouchers. And you could have knocked him over with a feather. So he sort of had to invent these vouchers. And then we gave them to the CWA and they distributed them in their own time to the right people. We went to Manildra Preschool, which is the third picture there. And Manildra is basically a town that has a flour mill, and that's pretty much the town. There's not a lot of people there, and their preschool had closed down, and the community was trying to get it to run again as a community preschool, and they basically had nothing. And we provided them with a refrigerator and a lot of other stuff. And that fourth picture there is just thank you from one of the little preschool kids thanking for the fridge. So gong me whenever you need to. I'll just give you one of the highlights from the Give It summary, because we had to audit, obviously, every cent we spent. So the generosity shown by the Orange Rotary Daybreak and Give It has been extraordinary for our preschool. You donated in 15 minutes what would have taken us 18 months to fundraise. Our fundraising is essentially coming from donations from local farming families or people who are already doing it tough in the drought. Your kind generosity has meant our centre now has a new furniture and new resources which we otherwise couldn't have afforded. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. And there's a whole PDF like that on our club website. And just one thing before I get taken off with the shepherd's crook. One weird thing we did
Be quick.
was we bought 40 sets of flippers for kids. Oh, this one just cracks me up. So the local swimming club in Cumnock, it's a really social thing. The kids get together. It's really good for their mental health. They love their swimming and they have no equipment whatsoever. And they wanted 40 pairs of flippers. They cost $30 each. So for $1,200, we could give this 40 flippers. Now, who thinks of buying flippers, you know? It just cracked me up. So.
Thank you. Thank you. If you're wondering why we're a bit tighter on time at the moment, it's because we've had extra speakers come on board as well from clubs that want to talk. So it's about everybody sharing the knowledge and sharing what they can. I'd like to call on the representative from the Bathurst Rotary Club to talk about the Solomon Islands project. Keep an eye out for these projects and see how clubs from different areas can then reach out and connect with each other to support each other in these projects.
Good morning, everyone. Still just morning. Thank you for having us here today. We're from the Rotary Club of Bathurst, and our project is focused in the Solomon Islands. So put up your hand if you've turned on a tap today. Put up your hand if you've used a toilet today. They're fairly basic things that we all consider a fairly essential and normal part of everyday life. But that's not so for everyone. And so for the last few years, we've had a project focused in the western province of the Solomon Islands, up towards Papua New Guinea. And we're focusing on water and sanitation. And you might ask us why our club is focusing on water and sanitation. It's because of these kids here. This is our focus. These little guys don't always have access to water. They don't have access to any sorts of sanitation. In this community where we go to, for most people, the toilet is the seaside. You would think that in an island community, water would just be aplenty, but actually in this community, there's not a good solid source of water, and often what happens is that people have to take their dugout canoes to another island with some empty drink bottles or something, drums that they use for fuel, and fill up with water to bring back, because they just don't always have the amount of water they need or water tanks to put it in. Next slide. So we're focusing on water and sanitation for a number of different reasons. So firstly, the ongoing health of people in this community, particularly the kids. There are lots of diseases and stuff that are really prevalent in kids. We just heard about trachoma. That is just from a lack of sanitation a lot of the time. And one of the kids that was on the front page we met, just covered in sores one year when we went to a little island community because they just don't have the access. Another one is school attendance. We found that in talking to local people that often girls were scared to go to the toilet by themselves in the bush somewhere. There were people being raped, and so the answer to that was, don't go to school. There's no toilets there, I'm safer at home, I'll just stay at home. So safety plays into that same thing. Community focused. We wanted it to be a community focused project where everyone was going to benefit and it was going to be sustainable and long term. So that's why we're focusing on water and sanitation. So this started because Beryl's sister-in-law is from that local community, and Beryl was horrified that the school didn't have any toilets in her sister-in-law's home village. And so in 2016, a group from our club went and built toilets at the school. They also painted the hospital that's based in Segi there. In 2018, 4 of us went back and just spent time in the community. We don't want to go in and just tell people what they should be doing. We want to win their trust. We want to hear what they need so it's sustainable, so they have ownership. And so we just spent time helping out with a heap of different projects in their everyday life and just having people show us around their community. And that was really vital in building trust, so that when we went back in 2019, we were actually invited into meetings with village elders to discuss what we were doing and how we could support the community. And the local ministers of the Uniting Church asked us to meet with them, and the Seventh-day Adventist Church asked us to meet with them. And we're having all these different people coming to us then to talk about how we could support them, what we were doing, instead of having to seek that out for ourselves. In 2019, we built toilets at the local primary school in Segi, and we conducted a community assessment, talked to a broad variety of people from children through to adults, to ask in terms of what their feelings were in terms of what they needed in the local community. Next slide. And the answers were pretty resounding. So we asked a lot of different questions. We got kids to draw maps of important landmarks in their community. We sat down with adults and had a conversation and took down notes. We talked to people while we were walking somewhere, all different ways. So some of the standout things were, we asked the question, what priority aspect of the community to improve? And it was 50% saying access to water and 36% saying toilets. They were the 2 priorities. Does your family have access to a toilet? 33% said yes, and 67% said no. But when we say access to toilets, that might have been that, we go to the hospital sometimes, there's a toilet there. Not that they actually have one at their home to use. Do you feel safer with male or female toilets? That speaks for itself, 93%. What is the highest priority of sanitation facilities in your area? So we said things like toilets, showers, drinking water. They didn't care about the shower. So the main things were toilets and then drinking water. If you look at the picture on the left, that's generally the toilet for the community. That's also where they go fishing to catch the food they eat. That's also where the kids play. Before we went to the school, this picture on the other side, that was the old school toilets. Again, that was one toilet. There's people going past on boats. They're rickety, slippery, falling apart. Some people ventured out on them and didn't actually think they'd like to use them. There are also crocodiles, yes, we should mention that. And so in the end, we built these beautiful little toilets. They were lovely, just bucket flush so that they were sustainable for the community to use. We had a girls set and a boys set, and the principal of the school was guiding us in terms of, well, the boys' ones are here, so how about we turn the girls' ones around facing this way so that the girls feel a bit safer and so that they're not in the same area. So they're very aware of this as well. And the night before we left in 2019, you would not believe that anyone could ever put on such a song and dance for a toilet. They had streamers everywhere, they had balloons, they made an arch full of balloons and they had all palm leaves down. They had about 400 people from the community, all the kids there, they had a feast. And one of the village elders commented to us afterwards. He said, this is the first time I can remember that our whole community has been together for something. Usually there's fights with this section and that section, and these people want to do that and those people want to do that, but everyone came. So that was a really lovely point of reflection for us, that we were maybe helping to get some dialogue happening across the community as well. Next slide. So in terms of our future directions, we were hoping to go back yearly, but of course COVID threw the spanner in the works there. Although that doesn't stop people from hoping, we still had vegetables planted for our food last year, and people would send us a photo on Facebook going, these are the vegetables we planted for you to come, but now we've got to eat them. There's too many because you didn't show up. So we're investigating sustainable water access for these local communities. They don't have cars, it's all boats. And so that makes things a little bit tricky. There's not just a dam nearby that they can access. A lot of it is just from rain. What we'd like to do is trial a hub sanitation facility for small groups of houses that would include a toilet, shower, sink and a water tank. That would look something like that one in the picture. And we also want to liaise with the rural training centre they have there, which is sort of like TAFE, around the development of plumbing needs. Because one of the big problems that came up was, well, that's great, some other people have come and put in this toilet system for us, but as soon as we've got it, as soon as it's broken, it just goes into disrepair because we don't actually know what to do. And in 2018, we actually had to resurrect one toilet block where the kids had had a lovely time shoving every seashell and piece of coral known to man down the toilet, and a few pencils and pencil sharpeners, and so they weren't working. And just by having someone that knew something about plumbing, we were able to fix that. So we're looking at education in terms of things like plumbing support, at trialling these sanitation hubs, maybe with a group of teachers or nurses to start with, and then looking at how we can roll that out through the community. So if you'd like to find out more, we do have a website that you can go and have a look at that's got videos of our trips. And yeah, we're really passionate about helping people in this area. They're just absolutely beautiful people, and we're all addicted because between us, I think we've had 32 trips to the Solomons. So yeah, if at any time you'd like to get involved, or you'd like more information, or you'd like to offer some support, we'd gladly welcome it. So thank you for your time today.
Okay. Do you think there's been a bit of diversity of projects over the last 2 days so far? Well, it's going to continue. Now we've got, from the Rotary Club of Parks, they're here to talk to us about active citizens.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk. Mark Ritchie from Parks. Quite often just said referred to as Marks from Parks. So our active citizen program is started by Parks Police, particularly a young constable, Daniel Grief, the community officer, and it's for Indigenous youth engagement in the Parks community and the support that we can give them, especially into leadership. For example, some of the programs I was supported into are the Duke of Edinburgh through the PCYC. And that is for Parks and Forbes, Condobolin and out to Lake Congelligo. And so part of that program is a Rotary Peace Precinct. It's up at the Bushman Hill Memorial Park. And so they actually have built totems there by Indigenous artists and artists that walk the journey of the Indigenous Rajari of the land. And so the Rotary Club of Parks is very proud to be part of that. We managed to get a grant, and so we invite people visiting to go up to the Peace Precinct and just think on that. Very hard to get world peace unless you've got peace in your own community first. And so it sort of walks that journey, and so we're very proud to be part of that. Another thing I'd like just to quickly touch on is 2018, that bloody drought. It was absolutely awful, and certainly out Trundle Tullamore way, things we saw were farmers with their stock couldn't sell it because the animals had no condition, so they had no money, no crop. And one story I heard was of course they're all on tank water, and so the family were down to drinking dam water. Well, amazingly, from down the Sapphire Coast came help from Pambula and Merimbula Rotary clubs. And the help wasn't just a cheque in the mail. It was Lynn Coburn from Pambula, and the president at the time, and the president of Merimbula, Andy Thorpe. So they actually turned up with their team, and they actually did such things as paint the great room for the preschool. They engaged with the men's shed. They ran movie nights. What else? They ran karaoke nights. And for every single student in the school, in the preschool, they provided gift vouchers. And also engaged with the progress. So it wasn't just a check in the mail, it was hands on the ground, and it was so much appreciated. And it is Adopt a Town. Now, if you go to Merimbula News Weekly, they've actually got a wonderful, wonderful article in the story of their involvement of the Sapphire Coast supporting the Trundle Tullamore towns through that 2018 and 19, because you could actually see there was a lot of fear. So to use that term, what do? Pambula and Merimbula on the Sapphire Coast, they made that fear less. And so it was just wonderful. And you can imagine, as Chris Barry was saying, just the post-traumatic stress in that area was just absolutely awful. So go to the website, have a look at Merimbula News Weekly, and or just type in Pambula Trundle, and you'll see the story. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next Rotary Club that we have coming up to talk is Griffith Avanti. But I have a challenge for them. And that challenge is your information centre in your town is absolutely fantastic. I was there earlier in the year and I bumped into a lot of other tourists and they all raved about it. So if you're looking for someone to present a community service award to, definitely present it to your tourist information centre. Bat for Rotary.
And I shall definitely pass that on because the young lady who manages that is our neighbour. Okay, so first of all, a little bit of introduction. This is a fundraising project. It's our major fundraising project and it started virtually along with our club. First off, we were chartered on the 10th of May 2006 with a lot of help from, it's the wrong slide, the first slide? Be the hero you were meant to be. Bring your battery to Rotary.
Old car, truck or tractor batteries, turn them into benefits for your community by donating them to the Rotary Club of Griffith Avanti for recycling.
Yeah, there's that one. Yeah. Now the next one should be of Peter. Sorry. Why is it not in order? Oh, anyway, I was going to say we were chartered on the 10th of May 2006 with a lot of help from this man Peter, which he's not up there for some reason, but anyway, Peter Moore, and others from the Rotary Club of Griffith East. Peter was a heart transplant recipient, involved in numerous organisations and a walking inspiration and a very difficult man to say no to. Sorry. So Avanti then hosted Fred Lonergan's best ever conference in March 2009. But sadly, Peter Moore passed away on the Saturday of that conference after we had convinced him earlier in the week that it really was going to be a great conference. So here he was, still goading us on to do our best, not to think of him, but he was directing us from his deathbed. After the excitement of the conference and our members came to terms with the loss of Peter, we started looking for ways to raise money. Our problem was that the three other clubs in Griffith and Yenda had all the normal fundraising methods sewn up. Yenda had the barbecues, Griffith the Sunday markets, East Griffith had the awards nights and car boot sales. They all had very well established programs, and as a new club, we didn't want to tread on any toes. So during this period of not knowing what to do and a lot of brainstorming, the idea of batteries came up. The first battery pack was around the start of 2010, when about 28 tonne was packaged for loading onto a semi-trailer. I have to say this program will not suit every club and is probably more likely to appeal to a young age, new rural club as we were at the time. And why you will have to borrow some infrastructure for that program to work. First, you need space to store the batteries and pallets. 28 tonne of batteries take up a lot of space. Rural properties are probably more likely to have the spare space and don't have cows and batteries in the same paddock, as our farmer found out, as they can eat them and get very sick. Then you'll need a forklift readily available to upload trailers as they arrive at the site, and then to load the semi after the batteries are packed. Make sure you don't spill acid onto the roadway during transport, because people don't like that either. And I did say on this, appointing a canine overseer was highly recommended. One of the photos might have come through, had that canine overseer. He was one of the best workers. So you will need a lot of strong backs and good hamstrings to get the loose batteries onto the pallets and then to restack the batteries for packaging. And most importantly, you have to have fun doing it. And we did have a lot of fun, or do have a lot of fun. A nearby weighbridge is also needed to calculate the weight of the load. And before that, you must advertise and have secure drop-off points with an available forklift and obtain heavy 45-kilo pallets for the batteries to be packed on, as the buyer takes 45 kilos off the per pallet off the total weight of the load. You also need to have members who are willing to pick up batteries from people who cannot lift them or drop them off themselves. So since 2010, we have packaged and sold 7 semi-loads of batteries, weighing around 28 to 30 tonne. We try to obtain a price of around $800 per tonne. The price does often drop to around $600 or less, but we are prepared to wait until the price improves before selling. We mainly sell to a company called Energy Australia. Their depot is in Wagga, but their offices are elsewhere. I believe there are many sharks in the industry, so beware who you sell them to if you decide to take up a project like this. Some major thank yous, and there were also photos of these guys. Tom Graham, Ian Blight and Paul Savage, who are no longer in our club, but these 3 men had the vision and drive to get the program off the ground and to make sure it was sustainable into the future, and as you can see it has been. We're still doing battery packs. Steve Lanza, whose incredible drive and dedication to make this program continue to work. Stephen constantly seeks out sources of batteries and spends countless hours picking them up. He also keeps an eye on the selling price and has been known to do a sneaky battery pack with the help of his future Rotarian son, who is 11 years old, and he was born during, not during, but since our club was chartered. So he's one of us. We also have to thank Greg Murphy, who is current president of the Griffith Club, and also the manager of Win TV. Greg originally accessed a grant that enabled us to produce our first advertisement and aired it and our recent upgraded ad free of charge. Our very own talented Val O'Meara put together our new TV ad, and her bush band Sticky Fingers recorded the jingle. They're a very talented bunch. Our youngest member, James Cunningham, designed and produced the flyers, and many of our members who put their hands up to pick up batteries from the public and to pack them. And can we just play our latest ad, which was, you started to play before? It's the very last one. That's our tagline.
Be the hero you were meant to be. Bring your battery to Rotary.
Old car, truck or tractor batteries? Turn them into benefits for your community by donating them to the Rotary Club of Griffith Avanti for recycling. Drop them off to Yenda Prods or Nutrient Ag Solutions, or if you have a few, call the numbers on the screen or contact us via Facebook and we can collect. Every battery will directly benefit your community.
Be the hero you were meant to be. Bring your battery to Rotary. Be the hero.
Thank you, and Win TV does show that ad for us free of charge whenever they've got a free slot for us. Thanks very much.
So I guess you're all charged up? I know. It's gone flat. All right, come on, Michael, have you got another one for me? No? Okay. So I'd like to call up a representative from the Rotary Club of Young regarding their driver program. That was different. They're still driving? Is there someone here? No. Okay. Okay. Let's speed on, right? Now for the Rotary Club of Leeton to talk about their 80-year-old gentleman who's coming to the stage now.
Thanks everyone, I'll just wait till the... Oh, there we go. And present. Okay, well, Leeton Rotary turned 80 on 16th of December last year. Past District Governor Greg Brown advised that due to COVID, it's always COVID's fault these days, we were not able to have the traditional celebration dinner. It was decided to make use of the wonderful facility, the Leeton Museum and Art Gallery, to hold a cocktail party and to display some of the memorabilia for all to view. The museum is a restoration of the old Water Commission offices, and it really is a beautiful Art Deco era. Yes, please, thank you. It really is a beautiful Art Deco era building, and that's something that Leeton is known for. Like us, all the club has been challenged to adapt to the changing world. Membership in the 1970s and 80s was over 70, and with other community members interested in joining, that resulted in the creation of the Leeton Central Club in 1989. Rotary Club items were unearthed and went on display in a special side room of the gallery. The display included banners, books, records for the club's 80 years of serving the Leeton community, manuals, weekly bulletins, photos, and other things. Another feature of the display was an audiovisual presentation produced by the club in the 1960s. It was all about the grain industry, and yeah, you've got to see it to believe it. We are presently part of District 9705, which encompasses 89 clubs, with Leeton being the 9th longest established club. The Rotary Club of Leeton has a prominent historical place in Rotary in Australia and has good reason to be proud of its record, and looks forward to continuing to serve our community. Greg Brown welcomed all, including special guest Mayor Paul Mateham and General Manager of Leeton Shire, Jackie Kruger, on the evening. Jackie's also the President of Leeton Central, as you all may know. Mayor Paul said a few words, but was informed he was restricted to 1.5 minutes, a tall order for Paul. What have I done? Oh, thanks. To cap off the evening, I presented two surprise Paul Harris Fellow awards. The first went to Monique Owen, and this was in recognition of her service. Monique has always displayed the best ideals of the Rotary Way, helping enthusiastically whenever she can, and happily joined and organised many fundraising and social events for Rotary. Monique was selected to receive this recognition as a special expression of appreciation from the club, Rotary Club of Leeton. Monique has served as President, Public Image Director, and also Service Director, and has managed many a difficult project while still running a successful painting and decorating business. Notably, the annual Deb Ball that we still hold in Leeton, and I know some people were surprised to hear that they still exist when I mentioned them last night at dinner. The other Paul Harris Fellow was to Monique's husband, Richard Owen. Richard was not a member of our club. He's been a great community leader nonetheless, particularly with the youth of Leeton and District. He became involved in Scouts and then the Army Cadets. He built up Leeton Cadets Unit from a struggling group to an exciting group and thrived under his leadership. Although not a member of Rotary, Richard has been involved in helping the Rotary Club of Leeton on many occasions, including as Master of Ceremonies for the Rotary Belle of the Debutantes Ball, cooking for many fundraisers, and hosting Rotarians at Cadets for several dinners and inspection of the troops. I guess this isn't really a project and it's not as exciting as some of the things other people are doing, but I think we do need to take the time sometimes, especially on 80th or something like that, to reflect on the long history that many of our clubs have and the impact they've had on the community literally over generations. And as someone new to Leeton and new to Rotary, I've only been a Rotarian for 3 years, it's my honour to be here today representing the club as president, and I thank you all for listening to me and for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. He carries his age well for 80, doesn't he? Yeah. It's time goes really fast with clubs, doesn't it? You start with an idea, one person starts it off, know someone, and the clubs grow, and that's what happens. Now, our last presentation from the clubs today, I'd like to call on Leonie from Milton Ulladulla to talk about the bushfire recovery program.
Thank you, Anton. Thank you, Michael. Bushfire recovery is very much ongoing for our club. Our area was completely smashed. New Year's Eve in particular, we lost over 100 homes, 3 lives. And the mental health problem is emerging to be, what needs addressing now. We've helped out financially through annuities, and we've had a lot of other Rotary clubs donate money to us, and some churches and businesses. So we've actually donated about $200,000 to 3/4 of the families that were impacted. So every person in the family receives $100 a month, whether you're 1 year old, 80 years old. So that's going for 18 months. So we've also supported farmers. We've heard today how they are proud. So we tackled that problem by utilising one of our members who is a farmer, who had established relationships already with primary producers. So he spoke to people like dairy farmers, beekeepers and so forth, and we basically provided vouchers for things that they needed, utilising local businesses, of course. Another way we've helped is Blaze Aid. We've supported Blaze Aid in several ways, and we also initiated the concerts and wrote all their COVID safety plans so they could actually execute those. Quick notes down here. We also assisted with a documentary called We Are Conjola, which features 33 locals, the mayor and the strike force captain, and it's a very compelling, it's very compelling. It's got raw footage, and it's actually helped a lot of locals with their PTSD and their recovery, just being able to tell their story and to be heard. We've also established at our local resource centre a community chest. So that offers financial support to anybody who needs it. And that's basically frontline. People go there when they're absolutely desperate. It could be something as small as your electricity bill that just pushes you over the edge. So, we've only just launched that a couple of months ago. We're also heavily involved in the Shoalhaven Emergency Services Community Awards. There's 4 Rotary clubs, we're one of them, and that's a way of rewarding first responders, which also I think assists them with PTSD along with acknowledgement. We're also dealing with some medals with the Governor-General at the moment to recognise people in our community that stood up and assisted throughout the bushfire process. And when I say process, 3 stages, like obviously the fires, the impact, and then the recovery. I mean, our club personally accidentally were first responders in some ways. But our first role primarily was feeding all the first responders, 5:30 in the morning, 5:30 at night. And we moved with the fire. In fact, our first staging area, we had to just leave very quickly. The fire kind of crept up quickly, and we had to leave our barbecue on the side of the highway. It was still there 2 weeks later, so that was good. So we just kept moving with the fire and feeding everyone, and 5 staging areas. And then, of course, the donations started coming in. So very quickly we filled 3 basketball courts of donations, and were distributing them. And we had people that had lost their homes, and they were coming in, and we were assisting them with all sorts of supplies. And if we had have known that COVID was just around the corner, we would have kept all that toilet paper. We had a lot of toilet paper. Don't want to take up too much time here, and I can't read my writing here. Okay, we made $8,500 on our Christmas trees this year. We've been growing them for 20 years, and we do a fundraiser every year to our community. So this year we got $8,500 from our sales, and that is going back to the ambulance, the SES in our locality, and also to mental health projects, and back also to our community chest, which is, as I mentioned earlier. So just wanted to say, with the evacuation centre, it is our community centre, and obviously we had no power for quite some time, and there was a circus next door, so we borrowed their generator. And, it was pitch black. There was babies, dogs, cats, goats, people crying. It was, it was pretty full on. And we were there. We had our Rotary shirts on, and, people were coming up to us and asking for assistance. And, we've put on so many events in our civic centre that we know where everything is. So we were able to assist most people. And there was a small handful of people from our club that worked in the evacuation centre for a week or 2 or 3, and then of course we did move on to the donation centre. So in a nutshell, it's ongoing, and there are suicides emerging. It's just we're just going to really be focusing more on the mental health now, and sort of wrap up our annuities pretty soon. Thank you.
Okay. Action-packed, isn't it? And would you say it's been a ripper of a weekend? Do you think we should call on our RI President's representative? Right? Yeah. Right. So Jessie Harmon, the wild woman of Rotary, is coming to the stage. Put your hands together and give her a good clap.
Now that's much more like it. Let's have one more go. Have you enjoyed this conference? Wonderful. Now some of you may know that I have spent the best part of my working life working in a university. And there was a period when I was in the business faculty where I used to go to a lot of conferences. And I can remember saying to my professor, "Are you sure this is the best use of my time?" And he looked at me and he said, "Jessie, look and listen. And if you can come away with one key takeaway, it has been a good use of your time." This has been a terrific conference. And I have many, many takeaways. But I'm going to share 5 with you. The first takeaway, I have really missed you. This is the first in-person event of any size that I've done for the last 12 months. And it's been wonderful. And it's taken my breath away a couple of times this weekend. But do you know that is our very great challenge? As thankful as I am for Zoom, it is a pale imitation of the real thing. We need you, every one of you, to go back to your clubs and make sure that every single member is engaged, involved, and happy with their Rotary service. My second key takeaway is that collaboration is king. I have been really impressed with the number of projects that we've seen this weekend involving collaboration. You know, this conference is a wonderful example of collaboration. The merging of your two districts has been another. Collaboration enables us to increase our impact and to raise awareness and understanding of Rotary. You know, I challenge you to go back to your clubs and to think about how you can collaborate more and to increase your impact in your community even more than you already do. My third takeaway is that Rotary is full of starfish moments. Do you know that story? The story of the old man who came across a young girl on the beach, gently leaning down, picking up and throwing something out into the sea. And he said, "What are you doing?" And she said, "Well, the sun's rising, the tide's going out. If I don't toss this starfish out to sea, it's going to die." And the man looked at the girl and he said, "But there are miles, there are hundreds of miles of beach and literally tens of thousands of starfish. You will never make a difference." And the little girl looked at him. She bent down. She picked up a starfish and she threw it out. And she said, "I made a difference to that one." You do that all the time. 40 sets of flippers. 11 Romac children on a hospital wall. 9 power scooters, power chairs running around a soccer field. 3 youth exchange students. 1 Ruby's home. Small numbers. Do they count? Hell yeah, they do. And what's more, the power of Rotary is that there are 1.2 million people just like us, all having those starfish moments. That is a movement, and that is impact. So that's my third key takeaway. My fourth key takeaway is something quite unique, I think, to this conference, Michael. And it's the key takeaway that evidence matters. I've also been struck at this conference by the amount of data that we've used. You know, the number of times that we have referred to evidence underpinning our projects and our initiatives. You know, the homeless numbers, you know, the bushfire impacts, you know, the pandemic response, you know, the environment. We make better decisions, we provide better solutions when they are underpinned by data. And so that is another challenge that I have to you, to go back to your communities, to look at the data around real community need and to focus your solutions on that basis. You know, that is where we will make the best difference that we can. And the fifth key takeaway that I'm going to share is that every cloud has a silver lining. We have had a horrible year, you know, challenged by bushfire and by a global pandemic. But do you know, it was also a year when Rotarians stepped up to do what they do best. And I have been inspired this weekend by the stories of bushfire recovery. And I am inspired by Rotarians everywhere responding to the global pandemic. But you know, it's also been a year that has reminded us that the world needs Rotary now just as much as it has ever done. And I want you to go back to your communities and your clubs absolutely reassured that Rotarians continue to be people of action, creating positive and lasting change. I want you to give yourselves a rousing round of applause. So let me finish now, most appropriately, with thanks. So firstly, can I thank past District Governor Irene and Terry. You have been wonderful aides, and I know I'm a bit different because I like to walk myself to conference and various things, but I have really appreciated your support. And you probably see aides sort of chauffeuring people around and think that looks a bit weird and a bit odd. But actually, Irene was on the computer giving me examples of projects you've done. She's whispered in my ear during the weekend about things that are happening in your various clubs. And I have really appreciated it, Irene. So thank you very much for that. District Governor Michael and Helen, you are treasures. You know, both of you. Thank you for your incredible leadership. We are very lucky to have you both, and we absolutely appreciate everything that you are doing for Rotary. Phil and your, yes, he was about to have a conversation. Phil and your conference team, you have put together a spectacularly good conference. I think this is where I channel my inner Juan Antonio Samaranch and say, the best conference. A really, really good conference. I hope you have an opportunity to debrief and to relax, and perhaps just the tipple of your choice. To the past and future leaders of Rotary in this district, to the past leaders, we stand on the shoulders of giants. Thank you for everything that you have done to get to the district that we are now. To the future leaders, we put our trust in you to build this district and Rotary from strength to strength. And finally, most importantly, thank you to all of you that have given up time in your busy lives to come this weekend. But equally, thank you for everything that you do in your communities and for Rotary to create positive and lasting change in our communities and in ourselves. I am so proud to be counted amongst your number.
We know Jessie likes to walk, but she shouldn't walk off just yet. Is a small thank you. For
And it
coming
is a
there.
beautiful city. I had a walk this morning. It's lovely. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Jessie. I hope you enjoy your walk back to Ballarat. Yeah. It's now my pleasure to call on District Governor-elect Leo Farrelly to talk about our next district conference.
Don't worry, I've told them all that we're all to speak. We're all only allowed 5 minutes each. I know you want to go early. Jessie, I've got another key moment for you.
heralding the start of a legend that is just as powerful today as it was during those dark years of World War II.
Have I got your attention? I certainly got his. Okay, you can go on to the next slide, thanks, please.
Heralding the start of a legend that is...
Okay, you want to see it again? I tell you what, I've watched that over 100 times, I reckon. Ask Libby, and I laugh every time. He lets go 5 expletives in a row, all exactly the same. I'm not going to suggest to you what they might be, but there you go. So, why Temora? This time 12 months ago, DG John McKenzie and a great team from the Rotary Club at Temora were all prepared and ready to run the last conference for District 9700. 4 days out from that event, the plug was pulled and nothing happened. Now I can absolutely feel for them because I've run a conference before back in 2015 and I know the effort that goes into organising and running these. So does Phil now. And it's not an easy task. It is a very rewarding one when it actually happens. I thought about these guys who'd put in so much effort, and I knew what the road ahead was for Leo and myself to think about running Leo's conference next year in 2022. So I contacted Leo and said, why don't we talk to the Rotary Club of Temora? Are they game enough to put their hand up again? So I contacted Brendan, asked him to take it back to their club and see do they want to have another go, and let's get it happening for them in 2022. They were allowed to say no, but thankfully they didn't. They've taken the task on. They had to have a place where they could use these red shirts. And they do stand out, don't they? They've been fantastic over the weekend. I've just sort of, Leo got one. I don't know what happened to mine, so we'll work on that. So, pretty obviously, when is it? 52 weeks away. In 52 weeks, we'll be finalising that conference. You can just give us the next slide, please, Paul. Oh. We're going to start out with the obvious thing. On the Friday, we're going to have the friendship dinner out at the Rural Museum. I'm just going to suggest something to you that, Brendan might talk a little bit more about it in a moment, but if you're thinking about coming tomorrow, come early and really have a good look around the town, have a look around their museums and the Aviation Museum. But yes, we're going to start out on the Friday night, so take an opportunity to come along and be part of that as we lead into the conference. Okay. On Saturday, obviously we're going to have the conference, and I might pass over to Leo to sort of give a bit of a rundown on the type of things he's going to want for the conference, the theme he's going to set. And interestingly enough, Jeremy in his presentation yesterday spoke about regeneration, and it's actually a word that Leo's used in thinking about his conference next year.
Thanks very much, Peter. And the whole idea we've had for this year, or for my year coming up, is regeneration, innovation and growth. So regenerate interest in Rotary in the people in your communities. And we're going to be building on that throughout the year. The operations team I've got this year, we've started that process, and then we'll be working on it right throughout the year. So the details are still happening. We'll hear more about it at the District Assembly, which will be on in May, just in case anyone didn't get that message. And we'll see where we go. So regeneration, innovation and growth. And that'll be the themes we're running with during the year. Brendan, tell us about tomorrow.
Hang on a moment. I did forget one thing in there. You're on in a moment, Brendan. Don't go too far away. And yeah, think about it. And just quickly, remember that this is your conference. You've all paid for it in your fees. If you've got any great ideas of speakers, you hear somebody who will really fit the themes that we're on about, please let us know so that we can have a good think about it and provide for you the entertainment and the challenges that you're looking for when you come to a conference. You got the next slide up, please, Paul? On the Saturday night, what are we going to do? We're going to have, where else would you go but the Aviation Museum, to have a meal out amongst those historic aircraft. So think about that too and be part of that great celebration out and having a good look around at some of the history of the development of the aviation industry in this country. The next one, and Brendan, this is where you come on. And my apologies to the lyricists of the song Tomorrow. So, but Brendan, tell us a bit about tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. We're looking forward to this conference. As Peter mentioned, we missed out on the last one. But we've turned up in force today to invite you to come to Temora. It's a great place. We're so proud of it. We have a lot to offer, and some of the things that we've got to offer have been put up on the board. There are other things too. Just to walk around town as a historical town that we are is a great privilege. We have plenty of accommodation. We can accommodate 400 people in various accommodations. We have 4 caravan parks, so if any of you are caravanners, by all means come along and enjoy that. One of the caravan parks is right next to the museum, so on Saturday night it'll be very easy for you to get home. But so we had a conference some years ago and we had 540 registrations, and we handled that conference. It was terrific. This will be a terrific conference too. So bring your souls, bring your friends. We need 400 people. Thank you.
Okay, so that's it. Think about being there. There's 1,700, so Anton told me, there's 1,700 of you watching online, and you just heard Jesse say there's nothing better than actually being here in person. So for those 1,700, think about being here in person next year. It's been great on this one. To the future and beyond. Thank you.
I've been given a secret note from Kylie Ann. In writing, I have it in writing. MC Anton has paid for his apples. And there is 20 bags left. Sorry? We're down to 18 bags. Is there 18 people out there that can put their hand up quickly and buy the last 18 bags? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Come on, we've got to get rid of the apples. 7, 8. 9. Come on, we need 9 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Got 3 left to go. 7. We've got 2 left. 2 left. 8. 1 left. 1 left. Down there. Oh, 9. Sold. All the apples are done. Now it's my pleasure to call on the wild man of Rotary, District Governor Michael.
So the first duty is apparently a raffle. Oh yes, people have been participating in the raffle, and I get to draw the ticket. Okay, let's do it.
3 tickets. 3 tickets. The first one is the very large hamper down there with the Rotary medal or the coin minted for Rotary's 100 years. Second one is the second basket, and the third one is the cheese board. So you can win all three if you're
This
extremely
is from the
lucky.
very active E-Club of Brindabella.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, so I took two. I'll put that one back. And we have Scott Cable and Orange 45. Is Scott here? Somebody will pick it up for him, won't they?
Someone's got
You're going to, in that case, Anna, why don't you come and choose the, it's for the large one, isn't it? So the big one you know. Excellent. So that was drawing one. Yep. We'll put another one back in here, down deep. And, you know, when I was in politics, I used to hate this, because what happens is you draw the raffle ticket and you get one friend and lose all the rest. It's black, it's B59, it's Sean Wilson. Sean's able to pick it up, or somebody for him? Excellent, fantastic. The lights are very bright for looking up there, I have to tell you. And for the third, here it is, coming, beautiful. Another black, and it's B14, and it's Bruce Harvey, E-Club of Brindabella.
Ah, there you go. He probably contributed half the goodie.
And he probably contributed half of it. Thanks so much. You know, there's no doubt in my mind that we've run the best ever conference for District 9705. So there's the challenge. Leo, Peter, beat that. I think you probably will. I was asked by Norm Potter, who we gave the award of the Avenues of Service, to remind you that if you are interested in bowel scan, then contact the Rotary Club of Newcastle. And that's part of the way we work with Rotary, isn't it? Right across the systems, and we really appreciate it. Jess, thank you so much for your comments. But let me say, having listened to Georgina, she said, look, you really should admit your mistakes and recognise them and do something about them. And with this conference, we did make a very big mistake. We did not include in the conference the Rotaractors. And for that, I apologise. Where are our Rotaractors? I know they're here. There they are. They're all up there. And I really apologise, because we ought to have done that, and we failed. And particularly the leader, Andrea Giamelli, who is from the Rotaract Club of the University of Canberra and is on our board and puts in a huge amount of effort, and we appreciate the effort he does. But also all the Rotaractors and those who have come and joined us, and those who are also online and streaming. And don't forget that you know, we have had a really significant audience that's online, and I hope that one of the things that we've learnt from this period is that we can also be more inclusive by being online and by streaming things, and maybe we can find even better ways to do it. But I have a few people to thank, and for general term, not just for this conference, I want to thank the area governors who have worked really, really hard this year on a new system. And it includes a couple of people who have not been able to continue, and those who've come back and fed in for them. So for all the area governors, thank you very, very much for what you do and for making the system work. So there's going to be a modification in some ways over the next few years, because we're learning with our new district how things are operating. And for the area governors, there'll be even a stronger presence. So I have attempted, we're nearly there, I've visited about 70 of our clubs, either by Zoom or in person. A few still to go, and Helen and I will try and do those ones face to face. But that's not going to be the case necessarily in the future, and there'll be a transition with Leo and then Geraldine, so that it'll be the area governors that are fulfilling that role. And when you think that Geraldine is going to be working full time and fulfilling this role as an example, it would be an unrealistic expectation. But I expect that area governors will work with clubs and cluster, and there'll be specific functions that you would want the area governor to attend. I'm really disappointed, of course, not to have attended the Leeton Deb Ball. I don't think I've ever actually attended a Deb Ball. I've been very jealous about it, despite my age. So maybe a past district governor could go to a Deb Ball, next year with a bit of luck. But John McKenzie tells me it was really great fun, as did his predecessors. Excellent, thank you. But I wanted to thank those people. I wanted to thank also all the past district governors who have been here. But I want to specifically call up Leo and the team that will be continuing our future. So Leo, if you can come back and join us, and Geraldine, if you can also join us, and Andrea. What we have is really a demonstration of what the future of our Rotary and our district is going to look like. We have meetings very regularly on Zoom with Leo and Geraldine, and Andrea is now joining in on us with this. And it is actually a really important part of how our district goes together. So I'm going to ask each of them, because I haven't pre-warned them of this, of course, each of them just to say half a minute each on how it is that they see our future for our club. Leo's actually already touched on it, but let him touch on it again. May I?
Yeah, thanks, Michael. Yes. Yeah, innovation and growth is what we're looking at. One of the themes we're working on is that we cannot inject new life into old Rotary clubs, but we've started a process now of looking at the census data and the demographics of all the areas across the whole of the district to see if we can identify the mismatches between the makeup of your club and your community. And so your area governors are going to be working on that, and then we'll start a process of getting Rotary clubs that are truly representative of their areas. So watch this space.
Thanks Theo. Geraldine.
This is the second time this weekend that I'm addressing an audience unprepared, so I'm going to get really good at this by some point. I guess, really completely following on with Leo, and I think this will highlight our legacy planning here, is that I do see, a great strength that we can have in the future regarding diversity, equity and inclusion. I think we're already seeing it at the moment. Our youth exchange students who have voluntarily decided to become Rotarians, I think, is an excellent example of that. And moving forward with that, absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you, Geraldine. And Andrea Grosvenor.
Thank you. And I think that the purpose of Rotary is to do things, is to do good in the world. And we're not about actually just growing Rotarians for Rotarians' sake, but to do things. And with that, I might point out that the Rotarians Against Malaria National Conference is being held in Canberra in November. We have flyers for Save the Date, and it's one of the great things. You can come along for those people who are in Canberra. I do expect you to be there in droves, learn about mosquitoes, learn about malaria, and learn about the fantastic projects that are still happening despite COVID times, and sometimes challenged by COVID times, trying to reduce the incidence of malaria in our near neighbours. Thank you.
Thanks, that's okay. You can go down there. Yeah. For those of you who are in Andrea's area, she's an area governor, you would have heard her talking about Rotarians Against Malaria on many, many occasions. And of course, it's one of the great groups that does that. Doug Kinleyside and Phil Byrne, would you please come up here? And while you're on your way, Helen Moore, would you also please come up here? I'm going to pay a penalty for this one, I have to tell you. But there we are. This is really the driving team. This is really the driving team. And Helen, of course, is organising me, as always. This is really the driving team for the conference. And I can't tell you the number of hours that have been put in by particularly these two and the disappeared person on the conference to make it work. It started a long time ago, and it seemed like a long time ago, and then suddenly it's happened. Can I please hear you thank Helen Moore, Phil Byrne and Doug Kinleyside. And I actually happen to have a thank you for you. What did you say? And this one is for Phil as well. Did I get that right? Okay. Is there anything else I need to do?
You've got the notes.
Ah. Of course I do. And the other person that I nearly left out, and Paul and Carolyn are sitting back over here, and I'm going to ask you to come around because these are the people. Remember, we're talking about streaming and we're making the conference go to a couple of thousand, really. It certainly wasn't going to happen without Paul and Carolyn. And Donna. Thank you. And another, hold it. Apparently I'm not doing it properly. Oh, is that right? Fuel, okay. And of course our Master of Ceremonies, Anton. Please, Anton. What a great Master of Ceremonies. You know, how does he do that? He's, you know, when we'd introduce, I would have read the book and gone, oh yeah, that's how I'm introducing somebody. But for those who were speakers, that wasn't how you're going to be introduced at all. So thanks very much, everybody. So thank you. And thank you for the IT people who have been streaming it as well, who are up the back there quietly doing their job. We really appreciate that. Also, of course, to the Bathurst Convention Entertainment, VSEC. This centre, who have been absolutely brilliant, and from the time we first came here, when Irene Jones, past District Governor, member of Bathurst, introduced us to this area and encouraged us to go with it, then it was Bathurst Daybreak. You are actually, aren't you? Yes. And how great it was, and how fantastic the Bathurst. Just think of Friday night. How fantastic have the full range of Bathurst clubs been. Thank you, Bathurst clubs, for your support. Our speakers, they have been, you know, when we started thinking about how we wanted to frame this conference and the sort of speakers that we would like, and then we began approaching people and they just volunteered, and every one of them basically said yes. Well, not basically, they said yes straight away. And how fortunate we are to have them share their wisdom, their insights across such a range, and granted within the general concept of what I call public health, what's in the interest of the community. But then I always think Rotary is just a public health organisation. It's how I frame things, because public health is about community. And what we've all learnt this past year is that public health is also economic health, it's also environmental health. It's all of those things that we actually dealt with over this weekend, and all those learnings that were summarised by our amazing Ripper, by the amazing Jessie Harmon. How fortunate are we to have Jessie as our, as you've now seen, as our zone director, as a member of the board of Rotary International as of beginning of next year. And how fortunate are we to watch the change in Rotary that same year that Jessie Jones will be the international president and Geraldine Rarenga will be our district governor, and the youngest woman ever to be a district governor in the world. And thank you all so much for coming, for making this, as I said, the best ever conference of District 9705. And I'm not exaggerating on that. And we really, really appreciate it. Drive very carefully on the way home. Let me just double check with Helen. I have covered everything. Excellent, beautiful. And so please drive carefully on the way home from wherever you have come across our district, which is about the size of England, and back to being inspired to continue your Rotary work. Thank you, everybody.
Typical IT guys sitting down on the bed.
So let's say we make it 12:30.